Correction. Okay. Okay. Correction. Okay. Okay. Correction. Okay. Yes. Correction.
Any discussion?
It's real minor. I was not shown as voting on item number 3,
Okay.
BOA 22-30, which I was there and did vote. I don't know how they left me off.
Okay,
That's it.
so noted. Thank you very much. Any other discussion of the minutes? Hearing none. Mr. Ragsdale, will you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Abstain.
Mr. Malazri?
Yes.
Ms. Trask?
Yes.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes.
Chair Rainey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Secretary, if you'll give us a secretary's report, if there is one this month, and then explain the procedure for today's meeting.
Thank you. I don't have a secretary's report, but I did want to note that we do have an alternate with us today, Dr. Libby Pritchard, who serves on the Land Use Control Board, and she will be here for the first case that we hear because we have a couple of recusals. So we appreciate her time.
Absolutely, thank you.
So I'll go on to the procedures for today's meeting. The procedure for this meeting will be as follows. I'll introduce each case as listed on the agenda. Copies of the agenda are found on the front right podium. For each case, the planner with the Division of Planning and Development will give a presentation that will contain site plans, photographs, and maps of the subject property. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, the applicant will present his or her case. After the applicant's presentation, the board will hear first from those speakers in support of the application, then from those speakers in opposition to the application, and then finally, the applicant will have an opportunity to provide rebuttal. All parties who wish to provide testimony to the board will be sworn in by the chairman. If a member of the audience wishes to provide testimony in support of or in opposition to a particular case on today's agenda, he or she will need to fill out a speaker's card for the record. Speaker's cards are available at the front podium. Once filled out, speaker's cards can be submitted to any DPD staff member at their left podium. We do not need speaker's cards from the applicants since their names are already part of the record. After all parties have been heard, the board will close the public hearing, make a motion, and then deliberate the case. Pursuant to the board's rules and procedures, the time allotted for speakers will be as follows. The applicant has 5 minutes to present his or her case. The applicant may reserve unused time for his or her rebuttal. Those speakers in support of the application have 5 minutes. This 5 minutes is the total time allotted for support testimony, regardless of the number of speakers. Those speaking in opposition to the application have 10 minutes. This 10 minutes is the time allotted for opposition testimony, regardless of the number of speakers. The applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal in addition to any unused time from his or her presentation time. These times do not include time for questions from and answers to the members of the board. The chair may provide additional time provided both sides are given an equal amount of additional time. If the applicant or any speaker would like to be heard after the conclusion of the public hearing, or if a board member wishes to hear additional testimony from any party, a 2/3 vote is required to reopen the public hearing pursuant to the board's rules of procedure. Please note that once the public hearing is reopened, both the applicant and opposition will be allowed to provide additional testimony and/or rebuttal. All motions by this board will be made in the affirmative. The private acts governing the board require the affirmative vote of at least 5 members to approve an application, regardless of the number of board members present. The board may also vote to hold an application for a period not to exceed 90 days with the consent of the applicant or 30 days without the consent of the applicant. All section numbers that we refer to come from the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, or the UDC, which was adopted by the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners in August of 2010 and became effective on January 1st of 2011. I will introduce the entire UDC and make it part of today's record, thus dispensing of the rereading of individual sections. The board is vested with the power to act on these cases before us today under the provisions of Chapter 9.22 of the UDC. Mr. Chairman, I submit that all cases have been filed in proper order, all applicants have been notified of this hearing, and all notice requirements have been fulfilled as required by the UDC.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At this point, the board will establish a consent agenda. To establish the consent agenda, the Secretary will call out each eligible case. If any member of the audience, staff, or board member objects to a case being placed on the consent agenda, he or she should make their objection known by a show of hands when the secretary reads that case. Once the consent agenda is established, the board will vote on all cases placed on the consent agenda as a whole and will not hold individual public hearings on those cases. Mr. Secretary, which items on our agenda are eligible to be placed on consent today?
Item number 2, BOA 22-030, 9610 Osborne Road, and that is a hold for 1 month. Item number 4, BOA 22-044, 2577 Carnes Avenue, as a hold for 1 month. Item number 6, BOA 22-057, 516 Tennessee Street, as a hold for 1 month. Item number 7, BOA 22-058, 2727 Cape Bond Road.
We're going to pull number 7.
Okay. Item number 9, BOA 22-063, the parcel at the southwest corner of the intersection of Court Avenue and North Manassas Street. Item number 11, BOA 22-067, 850 Roland Street. Item number 12, BOA 22-068, 5144 Walnut Grove Road.
I'm just making a note, I'm recusing from voting on that case.
Yes. Item number 13, BOA 22-069, 3437 Summer Avenue. Item number 14, BOA 22-070, 4775 Riverdale Road. Item number 15 has been withdrawn. That's BOA 22-071, so that will not be heard. That's withdrawn. Item number 16, BOA 22-072, 339 South Front Street. Item number 17, BOA 22-073, 2105 Cortland Place. Item number 18,
Mr. Chairman?
BOA.
I'd like to pull 17, please.
Thank you.
Item number 18, BOA 22-074, 525 North Main Street. Item number 19, BOA 22-075, 5391 Winchester Road. Item number 20, BOA 22-076, 1192, 1200, 1210, and 1216 Peabody Avenue. And I do have a friendly amendment to that. We are striking condition number 1, we're changing it. Currently, the condition number 1 reads, congregate housing for rehabilitative purposes is not permitted. We are changing that to no inpatient/overnight care or other lodging of patients related to social service institution uses. Item number 21, BOA 22-077, the parcel partially bound by Porter Street, Provine Avenue, and Neptune Street, and that's a hold for 1 month. Item number 22, BOA 22-078, 4661 East Holmes Road, and that is with a couple of friendly amendments. One, the first amendment is to, at the end of condition 3, we will add, except for a guard shack at the gates. So I'll read that entire condition. It currently reads, any temporary or portable buildings placed on the site shall be located in the area identified on the site plan as proposed building. And then we add, except for a guard shacks at the gates. And then item number 6 currently reads, the 2 access points reflected on the site plan may be reduced to 1 at the discretion of the city engineer. That will now read, the 2 access points reflected on site plan A may be reduced to 1 in accordance with site plan B. Item number 23, BOA 22-079, 7803 Hughes Glen Cove. Item number 24, BOA 22-080, 620 South Lauderdale Street. Item number 25, BOA 22-081, 872 North Auburndale Street as a hold for 1 month. And that is the last item on the consent agenda.
Just a point of note, I will need to recuse from agenda items 26 and 27.
Oh, okay. And I did not list those on consent. We do have speakers, so that we
Yep.
will note that. So, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. So if we could have a motion from the board to approve agenda item 2 as a hold, 4 as a hold, 6 as a hold, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, all as conditioned by staff in the staff reports, 20 as amended, as called out by the secretary, 21 as a hold, 22 as amended, 23 and 24 is conditioned by staff, and 25 as a hold.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, before we vote on this, I want to remind the board by voting on the consent agenda, he or she affirms that he or she has read the staff report in full and is in agreement with the conditions. Mr. Secretary, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Trask?
Yes.
Mr. Malazari?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes, I find that the standards of the UDC of 9.22.6 are being met and will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
Chair Rand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, if you are here for those cases we just had on consent, you are free to go. You have been approved. Mr. Secretary, if you will call our first case that we're going to hear. I know we're going to go a little out of order in an effort to be, polite to Dr. Pritchard for coming down and being an alternate while we have some recusals. So,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Item number 8, BOA 22-062, 1/2 block north of Shadiac Avenue, Front Street to the west, Jackson Avenue to the south, and 1/2 block east of Main Street.
all right, is the applicant present? All right, is there any opposition here today to this case? All right. All right, Mr. Skinner, if you could kind of bring us back up to speed on this. I know we heard a little bit about it last month. If you kind of tell us where we are, that'd be great.
Yeah. Hey. Do that. Yes. Sorry, Lucas Skinner with the Division of Planning and Development. So this is BOA 22-62. This is a height variance for project in the Pinch District. Thank you so much, Brett. Sorry. So just to bring you back up to speed, this is just east of the pyramid. There are approximately 22 parcels included in this development, several vacant, some parking lots, some existing buildings. Again, that would be torn down for new development. This is a mixed-use, multi-use development. However, this specific variance would be just for the height of the building. There are some conceptual renderings that I took from the website just to give an idea of potentially what the development could look like. So again, this is really just a variance for the height. The applicant is proposing for up to 420 feet, where the MU mixed-use district only allows up to 75 feet. We're recommending approval with 2 conditions, and I'm available for any questions that the board would have.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? Hearing none, if the applicant would like to come forward, if you'll give your name and address for the record for us again.
Sure. Mike Hammond, 6186 Heather Drive, Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Thank you, Mr. Skinner, for the thorough presentation. We agree with the conditions requested by DPD and appreciate your consideration of our request. This height request is the important first step to ensure that the development is an economically viable one. This height request also ensures that this development can create a great urban experience by allowing for smaller building footprints and block sizes, different building heights, and complementary architecture, just as the downtown Memphis currently has. It is an intention of Mr. Intrator to create an extension of the downtown Memphis urban core. He and his team were eager and ready to take that next step to deliver this one-of-a-kind development for the city of Memphis. Mr. Intrator from the development team, myself, and other members of the design team are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions by the board? Yes, sir, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Hammond, good afternoon. Can you explain to the board why there are no specific guaranteed uses? You list a laundry list of what could be there, but why are we so far in advance asking for the height request and so early in the design phase? If you could help us with that, please.
Sure. So the blocks that Mr. Intrator owns are very small in footprint, and it is the natural first step for the development team, and before we get into architectural design of those buildings, to understand our height limitations so that we can make a very dense development so it's an economically viable one for Mr. Intrator.
And can you also answer for me, I understand that the height requirement is needed to get more density, but explain to me how you all arrived at 420 feet as a maximum height.
Sure. I'll do my best to speak on that, and Mr. Tony Policiati from LRK can expand on that if I get anything wrong. 420 is it's in the building code. Anything above and beyond that starts to have additional requirements for height in terms of life safety and other building components. And so that 420 is that height limitation that we want to set for this development, so we won't have to go above and beyond for any of those additional building requirements.
So basically what you're saying at this point is you have a general idea of the uses you want in the buildings.
Correct.
The rationale for going 420 feet is it's the maximum limit on the building code without triggering other requirements that could be costly to the development.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I have a question. I think we talked about this the last time we spoke. So this is in the Pinch in Uptown, which is sort of downtown, but if this was a little bit further south, could you do 420 there?
I believe so.
Okay, it's just because it's in the Pinch that it's the 75. You go, on the other side of the, I guess, 40.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
We
Gotcha.
would have to be here.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? All right, anybody? Okay, so we still have 8:34 for yours, or you can request, just save your time.
We'll save our time.
Okay, all right, so we'll hold that. And we do have someone here to speak we have opposition. Is there any, so the opposition will come forward, please. If you'll give your name and address for the record, I'm guessing Ms. Rain?
Yes, good afternoon. Kelly Rain. I'm with Alsac St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, 150 St. Jude Place.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rain.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. I'm here on behalf of Alsac, the fundraising and awareness organization for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We're here today as property owners in the Pinch District. As you know, St. Jude has had a significant presence in the neighborhood for over 60 years. When Danny Thomas first opened St. Jude's doors in 1962, he created a special place where children with cancer, sickle cell, and other diseases could go for hope and cures and receive treatment without ever receiving a bill and without regard to their race, national origin, or ability to pay. It is in support of that mission that we're currently implementing a 6-year, $12.9 billion strategic plan that includes significant construction projects and supports the creation of more than 2,300 jobs. Alsac's chosen to make this investment right here in Memphis, in the neighborhood of our founding. We've maintained a steadfast presence in the area, choosing to stay and invest even during times when others pulled up stakes. We're excited about new investment that's being made to revitalize properties and bring life to the strategic vision set forth in the Pinch District Plan. Across the street from the traditional boundaries of our campus, we own property in the Pinch, including 2 parcels that are located adjacent to the property that's the subject of today's application before this body. We've had good conversations with the property owner and truly appreciate his desire to activate vacant blocks of the Pinch with mixed-use developments that promote density. We support his request for a height variance, but only to the maximum of 300 feet. We're fully aligned with the administration on this number, which is roughly 20 stories. This will allow the applicant to develop a mixed-use project in a manner that will complement and enhance the current and future development of the Pinch District. We're in the final phase of construction of our patient housing facility located at the corner of Jackson and 3rd Street that's in the Pinch District, and we have additional construction planned on campus as well as on our other Pinch properties. Having a skyscraper at the height contemplated by the applicant is at a scale that's wholly inconsistent with other existing and planned buildings in the area and does not engender the family atmosphere that we've developed to support patients and families that come here for treatment. We share what so many want for the Pinch: more mixed-use development and fewer vacant lots. Lower buildings allow for that development to spread throughout the area. We look forward to seeing more projects coming forward in the coming months as others discover what we have known for the past 60 years, that the Pinch and the Uptown neighborhood is a special place, providing unique opportunities for development that transforms our city and supports the residents, businesses, and visitors in the area. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions from the board for Ms. Rain? I have, like, what made you, where'd 300 come from? Like, just 20 stories, or do you just think what makes that seem like a good number to you or to ALSAC?
Yeah, I think that is consistent. We looked at the development in the area. We looked at our proposed plans. We looked at buildings all around, and that seemed like an appropriate height that wouldn't overshadow
Too much, yeah.
future plan development.
Okay. Other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Was there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Did you have a question, Ms.? No, okay. All right, seeing none, we'll move back to the applicant. We have 10 minutes and 34 seconds for rebuttal.
Just to note, other buildings in the area that are around the 420-foot height variance request. 100 North Main is 430 feet. The Pyramid is 321 feet. Raymond James Building is 403 feet. One Commerce is 396 feet. Steric is 365 feet. And Clark Tower in East Memphis, not downtown, but it's 400 feet, just for reference. This rendering gives you a decent idea and perspective of the parcels that are in question that represents the 420-foot height max. You can see that there is some variation in the building heights. They don't all necessarily have to be or may not necessarily all be 420 feet, but it is important that the development has that height max so that we can have those various heights so that all the buildings aren't 300 feet and they just look like toy soldiers of sorts. We want that variation to create that great urban environment. Smaller footprints help drive the height there. If we had the larger blocks, it would be easier to have shorter buildings. Also, what drives the height is the parking that's necessary for these buildings and uses. We've got to have parking within that structure itself, and that is continuing to drive the height as well.
So, could you speak directly to why? I mean, same thing, that's why 300 feet doesn't work? I mean, is that, I guess you're saying at 300, for us to get everything in what we need, it just makes one big 300 top line, is what you're kind of, is that correct?
That's, yes, according to initial designs or just high-level looks at the property. If we were maxed out at 300 feet, it would take all of the buildings being 300 feet, everything looking the same, no height variation, just like the downtown skyline has now. We want that varied height to continue the downtown core into this neighborhood.
Mr. Jackson?
Mine is real quick. Just want to confirm, you're looking for a maximum, so you're not saying that you're looking to exceed the 420. Is there a reason why you can't stop at 400 feet?
There's not.
Mr. Jackson?
Maybe you can speak to this, or maybe you can get the architects to speak to this. When I look at that graphic that's on the screen right now, to me, 400 feet just does not fit the urban context of Memphis in that area. And let me define that for you. Approach Memphis from Arkansas, coming across either bridge. You find the basis of Memphis's downtown core focused between the two bridges. The only element outside of that, from my recollection, is a pyramid, which is an iconic structure all by itself. Do you not find, or maybe you didn't find, that that view of the pyramid with a 400-foot building behind it, and the pyramid being 321, is a distraction from that architectural landmark as it relates to the city of Memphis?
No, sir, not necessarily. I think it gives it a nice backdrop. Personally, would you like to speak on that?
Well, before you move off that point, to me, it reminds me of putting, I don't mean, I'm gonna be blunt, but putting a 400 or structure behind the St. Louis Arch. And if you're coming over the bridge looking at that, it's a distraction. I mean, that pyramid is a recognized landmark. For too long, it sat vacant, and glad it's being reused. It's such an iconic structure that even the Smithsonian, when it does its aerial survey of different states and it talks about Tennessee, references the pyramid as an iconic structure on the Mississippi River. To me, it may not be as grand a structure as the Arch is in St. Louis, but to Memphis, it's one of the great structures that we have. I just have a real tough time with something competing with that particular iconic facility, not to mention what the Pinch District's previous cultural historic aspects are. It's just a point.
You'll give your name and address for the record?
Yep. Tony Policiotti, 443 North Angeles, Memphis.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. Jackson, those are good questions, and I drive into downtown from Midtown every day, down North Parkway, A.W. Willis, and I will tell you that in the morning, the sun reflecting off that pyramid is dangerous as you try to drive in. But it is absolutely a landmark, like you say. Just like the bridge is, just like One Beale, just like Beale Street Landing. So we've got several of those really phenomenal buildings. What Tom has envisioned for the architecture here is going to be exactly that same thing, which is going to be of that same high caliber that reinforces that character. Mr. Skinner, if you don't mind, there's on that same flash drive, there's a rendering that's panoramic. So this rendering is, the panoramic view is a little bit distorted, but this is showing that it is very much in keeping with the core of downtown size and scale. And what we're simply doing here is what Memphis 3.0 is trying to address and expand that downtown core and expand that area of density in a way that's positive, in a way that provides opportunities for St. Jude families and staff to have retail, to have shopping, to have a place to get outside the fence and experience life and decompress a little bit from a stressful environment.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with you, but I hear you.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. You have anything else you want to add before? Yeah, if you'll give your name and address for the record, sir.
I'm very short. Tom and Trottor, 390 South Main, Memphis.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right.
The pinch, even, I'll address to some of the points that I've heard. So, unfortunately, the pinch got demoed around 2000. It's a historic district. There are a few historic buildings left there, which I've been in touch with the various stakeholders regarding because I believe they are important to the integrity of the area. Even if we were to build the 75 feet, which is currently admissible there as of right, that would still deviate from the original, call it pinch plan structure, historic neighborhood. I think, this plan has not changed in roughly 3 years. This is what we were moving forward with prior to COVID. COVID certainly slowed everybody down. Nothing has changed from that perspective. To your question as to why are we doing this today, as it feels perhaps a little bit premature, our friends here at LRK need to move forward with design. They are slightly costly, and it would be an imprudent investment to make if we were to move forward only to figure out that we cannot do this. Frankly, it was somewhat of an imprudent investment to buy up these parcels when I had done so. But I think somebody needs, take the reins and move forward. If we want to see progress, forget about the pinch, but in the city as a whole, we need to see real density. And the amount of complexity to get any form of development done throughout the city, and certainly in the pinch, is very difficult between the parking, between making it fit within the neighborhood, between being able to meet density and absorption requirements from perhaps employers that want to come into the city. And quite frankly, we have looked at playing around, scaling it down, etc. It could never make sense. As Kelly mentioned, we all are friends at the end of the day, and we may have some disagreements. I understand the concerns with what St. Jude is building, and I think, frankly, they're more important to the area than I am. But, these parcels, for them to get developed, we need to find a resolution in order to move ahead. And if that resolution is not financially feasible, then we'll continue to stare at vacant parcels, unfortunately. Tony is not terribly delighted if we need to go back and redesign, obviously, but I think that we are able to make somewhat of a compromise, and in particular on the adjacent parcels to St. Jude, I would be open to committing to having those not exceed 300 feet. Throughout the whole thing, as it came up already, you will not have a blanket 420 feet of buildings there. That will not work from a design standpoint. Everything will be abutting one another. But we need enough flexibility to design and make this feasible between the usage, the hotels, the multifamily, the office, and of course the retail at the base. So this is to give some context. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Jackson.
Did I understand you to say that you would be in agreement with the 300 max height?
On the parcels that we have adjacent to St. Jude, so that those are not imposing on St. Jude. If we did that across the board, it would drastically reduce density, which further is compounded by the parking issues that we do need to integrate into these parcels. But for simplicity right now, that's a design element that I think we will be able to overcome. If this was to blanket the whole thing, be a big challenge, and I frankly do not believe that will be financially feasible. I mean, we have done these exercises over the past few years.
Thank you.
Ms. Savage-Towns?
The two tallest peaks looks like, how many, is that the max, the 420 feet?
Which ones are you referring to?
The two, are those at the maximum, the 420?
Those, if I'm not mistaken, are on Front Street.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're looking one block over.
Okay.
I don't recall, maybe Tony, yes? Those are the buildings that are getting up to 420. And as I brought up, just think hypothetically, this is not such a large area. We're speaking of roughly 5 acres in total. If everything was the same height, whether it was all 300 or all 400, you would have windows into one another. It would be a nightmare from design, and as such, it would not get absorbed either. So yes, Front Street is where they're a little bit taller, and we're facing now, of course, from east to west.
Right.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. If there's no other questions, then we could get a motion to approve agenda item number 8 as conditioned by staff.
So, second.
Moving second, is there any discussion?
A lot.
What?
A lot.
A lot of discussion. Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to ask staff a question. Mr. Skinner, I'm going to put you on the spot here, but a little bit of a hot seat, I guess. Explain to me the recommendation of approval for this height in this area and your thoughts and the staff's thoughts, and Mr. Ragsdale, you may want to chime in on this, relative to going to that height in that area. I'd like to understand your methodology for approval of that.
Well, to be honest, there's not a lot like this development anywhere near it. I mean, you do have to go on the other side of the bridge to really see anything near this height. So, and given the context of urban context, I mean, you have the pyramid, and that's about all you have to really determine height. It's a pretty paramount development, so given that there wasn't any opposition, we didn't hear much from the neighbors, any negative feedback. We felt it wasn't unduly detrimental to the neighborhood, anything like that. So we felt that their height for 420 feet is justified.
Okay. Mr. Ragsdale?
No, I believe that Mr. Skinner accurately discussed what we, thought about in the office. I do think just the point of just to the south of this is the Central Business District, which has that additional height. And so, the I-40 kind of going through there and separating this seems to be one reason that there hasn't been that growth, but that it's not necessarily inappropriate in this area. And we didn't get opposition. We actually got several letters of support from from MATA, who has a station there. So we did feel like that was just an extension of the original Central Business District.
So in essence, what you're saying is, although point being that all the tall buildings in Memphis set between 55 and the I-40 bridge, you feel like it's appropriate, or you all feel like it's appropriate for that downtown core and that height of building to expand outside of that. You don't feel like that distracts from the urban core itself, or do you ultimately see, since you all are the planning organization, you ultimately see that core of Memphis expanding outside of that? And I know you say Memphis 3.0 doesn't address that, but does it speak to the confinement of the core of Memphis as a central business district from a height perspective at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, from a zoning standpoint, there's two things how I personally see it. There's obviously the zoning. There's also sort of a generational social aspect that I personally see it from. As a young person, to see a very lively, exciting, tall development come is exciting. Obviously, I separate that from the professional side of things, but as a resident who's lived here for a really long time and being on the younger side, I don't see any reason why downtown has to stay confined to a certain maybe geographical region if it needs to. I mean, we have a neighboring city 3 hours away that's totally blown out of its parameters, if you will. I mean, downtown Nashville is not anything like it used to be. So, you know, if something like this can help give Memphis a trajectory that people may feel it needs, then, you know, if it's not going to hurt the neighborhood, we feel it could be approvable.
Now, Mr. Skinner, that's what I was looking for. Be very frank with you. I have another question for you, and be my last question to staff. Do you feel like this development distracts or takes away from the pyramid and its iconic aspect of not just Memphis, but how Memphis is viewed coming in and out of, and what that pyramid has meant to this city?
So personally, no. Now, granted, to think back on your arch example, considering that's a very almost see-through type of monument, you need the sky in there. I mean, I've seen it right under it. It's beautiful. It's incredible. The pyramid being a wonderful, very shiny, not see-through object could potentially use a nice glassy backdrop to kind of give it some legs to stand on, if you will. I think it could provide some context. It does look a little odd sometimes, can be a little shiny and distracting from driving, but beyond that point, it could have a nice modern backdrop to, you know, give it a little more Memphis context.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman, from me.
I hear your point, but I often think the pyramid looks a little lonely. you know what I mean? Like it's just there, like it's it, but it does look a little. There's nothing behind it, and so it's just, yeah, somewhat in the eye of the beholder on that one, I think. Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing. I love the pyramid, but I don't think it's, in my mind, and again, everybody has their own opinion, so iconic that we take it to a detriment to the development of the Pence District in a whole. I agree. I don't want a solid wall of 400 feet tall buildings, which it sounds like they're going to mix and match them, and I know that their engineer and architects are extremely capable by looking at other projects. But yeah, I'm kind of on Chairman Rainey's side here about the pyramid.
And I was actually excited by the fact that they're addressing parking so early, given some of the other parking issues. And from the drawing on page 12, just the rendering, they're purposely making sure that they add in parking and then the varied heights of the building, and it almost frames the pyramid, which, like you said, it looks lonely. And Memphis is iconic with St. Jude. Pyramid is Bass Pro, but the pyramid, but now you have more than one iconic structure approaching. And if you're flying into Memphis, actually the most iconic structure is that building in East Memphis, that the Clark Tower. Right. And that's lonely.
It is lonely.
That's lonely.
It's got a brother. That's it.
Right, that's lonely. But I like the city growth project nature of the development and addressing the walkability and the parking and some of the needs of that area.
I'm in alignment with Mrs. Skinner and these two as well. Coming over the bridge, especially if you come in, I don't recommend it, but making the drive from Dallas, don't recommend that one. But coming from Dallas, but even coming from Nashville, you're not coming over the bridge, but coming from Nashville and just, like you said, making the comparison to Memphis, I think this pushes us, and no disrespect to the city, but pushes us a little past Mayberry because we do need the growth. We do, I think, again, it is lonely, I agree. It will put your eyes out in the morning, I agree with that too. And having some adjustments to our skyline, I don't think is a detriment to the city. So I think aesthetically, it would be pushing us forward.
Vice Chair?
I agree with my fellow board members. I guess for me, for even just looking from this perspective, probably maybe, I'm not a designer by any means, please do not take this as that, but maybe opening it up. They're showing us a rendering of the two buildings. I know they're gonna vary the heights and the positionings, but at the same time, if we're trying to give some backdrop and some opening, maybe not put the two tallest together. Not a designer, but just kind of give it a little bit more variation, because I do see what seems like 3 or 4 that are lining up together, and then we have 2 big ones in the top, and then not a designer, but just kind of varying those positions or those heights a little bit more so that you get the appreciation for the Mr. Jacksons, and then a combination of our youth and all the rest of us that like the idea of the building. I like it, but I think giving a little bit more opening from this view and variations in height will help it kind of give a middle ground to everyone. Just my 2 cents.
But not to the point where they sacrifice parking.
No, please.
I think adding the condition about the abutting properties to St. Jude is a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, the applicant seems okay with that.
I think that checks all the boxes, probably.
I got a question for Mr. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
It's a question I have for me, too.
Okay.
Would it be any easier for you if you really knew what the buildings look like?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure they'll look great, but we don't really know. And that's what makes it the decision harder on this is we're kind of blank checking it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be easier.
Okay. Other comments?
I think you're spot on.
All right, so we would want to add a condition to say the easternmost parcels that abut property currently owned by St. Jude would have a height limit of 300 feet. Was the proposed condition, is that correct, Mr.
I think he
Claybrook?
said any parcel that abuts a St. Jude parcel. I don't know if they're the eastern, I'm assuming they're the eastern ones, but
Yeah.
St.
And we
Jude
say
is.
currently,
Yeah, I think
as
current,
of today's
yes.
date.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Skinner?
Mr. Skinner was looking for a way to define that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just double checking with the applicants. I think geographically speaking, you could say anything east of North Main on the, like anything, so here's Main Street, anything east can have the 300-foot height on this side. Everything west of Main can have up to the 420. If that helps delineate.
Does that condition sound like what you would, okay. No objection, we'll add that to the motion.
I do have a question,
Go
though.
for it.
I know they showed the 2 front parcels. The parcels on front were pretty much the ones they were hinting towards 420. What about the others? Are there any others that would probably hit that height? Are we only limiting 2 parcels, or could all of the rest of the parcels be 420?
I think maybe there should be some language around the height, maintaining the height variance. And And I don't know what that looks like, how we frame that.
Well, if it, excuse me, if it helps at all, I don't know personally specifically which parcels. However, the applicant did stress that it really was pertaining to no more than 6 buildings. Now, again, I don't know the specificity of the location. I'm assuming from the renderings it looks much more on the western side, but they did give a number that would primarily, when they go to maybe permit and stuff, that it would be no more than 6 buildings to reach that height, that maximum height.
How many buildings is it again?
And Mr. Skinner, can you go back to the site plan on the next page that has the colored? So Main Street is, if you can point out Main Street, so.
Sorry.
So the condition we were discussing, you do have the 2 large, or 3 on Front Street that would be allowed to be the 420, and then anything east of Main Street that's shown there, which is a fairly significant amount of the proposed building, I guess, would be the maximum of 300.
So
That's
C,
that's what you discussed.
so things marked as C and F would be limited by the 300 maximum, right?
Correct.
And then anything A, B, E, or D could go to a max of 420.
Correct.
Correct. That's the way the current condition y'all discussed would be implemented.
But then there is already a condition that the site plan will need approval anyway, right? So,
Well, not necessarily. The condition just basically states that this variance is for the height. So any use or other bulk regulation parameters, if they trigger any of those, they would need to come back. For example, if a hotel is going to be here, they have to come get a special use permit. And we would go through that whole entire process for that.
But if you went through that process, the height aspect of it would be off the table.
That is correct, yes.
so what we don't want is all of these buildings here to end up being 400 feet, right? So how do we?
Yes, I mean, I think they're just ensuring that they can get to that height, but from all of my talks and discussions with them, it's not every building will be that height.
Can we put something that says that all the remaining parcels that are to the west of Main?
No more than X% of the
Yeah.
land area
Yeah.
will be used with a building of 100 or 420 feet.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
But that gets so hard to figure, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, I don't, to your point, want to give a blank check and then we have four to, 5 monster buildings on, west of Main Street.
C and F will be no more than 300, and then at least 4 more. So yeah, 50% of the remaining.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if C and F max out at 300 feet,
Correct.
then no more than 2 of the remaining buildings can max out at 420. So 50% of the remaining buildings can max out at 420. Does that make sense? That's
It
4,
makes sense. I'm not sure if, how the applicant would feel about that, but yes, that does make sense.
I mean, in my mind.
Well, it starts getting really difficult because we do that. Okay, so what's the next step? Now we're stair-stepping the buildings,
Yeah.
and it's just like, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
No.
But I just
I
didn't
get the point,
Right.
but that just means everything can be 419 unless we then start really going, and then that's getting really difficult, I think, for us to try to design that. Man.
There,
Or maybe go the other
I believe
direction.
the applicant, so also if, for example, if they, don't maybe have to come through a special use permit for something for us. There are other processes that we will have to, still look at site plans for them. There are also, I believe, other entities that will still have to look at and approve some of the design aspects. I'm so sorry, I think there's feedback. So again, I don't think any entity is necessarily going to let every building on the west side of Main Street be 419 feet, excluding like 4 buildings being 420. However, I understand there's absolutely a concern, but I don't think anyone's intent in any of this is to obviously let that happen.
I think
But without the proper language,
it can.
Absolutely.
Because when something happens to this designer or those buildings, we're giving the next person that comes back the blank check to do that.
While we don't trade in precedents, people will, use it as an example. Well, you did it for them. So, but maybe the language is flipped, rephrase it in the converts. Maybe it's not over 2 buildings, not, versus not, they can't max at 420, but not over 300 or whatever the number is, magic number is. Not over 300?
Would y'all be comfortable with something more like, so we've already dealt with C and F.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so the final design shall require varied building heights up to 420 as approved by OPD. It's not
given
not
Contingent upon
anything.
site plan
It's, and it's still subject to OPD saying okay, and they could say that 2 feet looks varied. I don't think they'll do that.
Right.
But that's about as close as I think I could get to wanting to design from up here. But still put kind of a condition that's just more like a suggesting this is what we're expecting.
And contingent upon site plan approval.
Yeah.
While you're the chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can we ask questions of?
We would need to have a 2/3 vote, but yeah, we could do that. We could do the vote real quick, John.
I'd like to, if we could.
Are 2/3 of the
What's your
people up here
question?
in favor of asking some questions and hearing a little more testimony? So I would vote yes.
Great.
Yeah, we got it. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Could the applicant come back to the mic, please?
Mr. Hammond.
And Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, we do need to allow the opposition if
Correct, correct. So can you time this? If that makes sense. Go ahead.
Mr. Hammond, would your client be willing to limit the 420 height to just 2 buildings and the others under 300? And the reason I ask that question is if you've done enough feasibility, which I'm sure you have, to ask for 420 feet, then you got a good idea, your client does, of where that economic aspect is. So what I'm searching for now is that economic aspect. Will 2 420s do what you need and all others at 300?
So, Mr. Jackson, if I may, in consultation, what Tom offered is that he would be willing to do 3 of them at not, 3 of them at a maximum of 420. And then, like we were talking about, sit down with staff and review those to make sure they have varied heights.
So let me make sure I understand what you're proposing back. Out of the 6 buildings max, 3 of them would be maximum 420.
Correct.
And in the design of those at 420, you would come back to staff for approval of that.
Correct.
The others 3 would be 300 or less.
The third one, is it less than just 300? So the challenge with this, Mr. Jackson, is if we have the same program that we're trying to accommodate, as we push down, then we grow out in width. It's like a balloon. If you push down on the balloon, it gets wider. And so there's a balance that we're trying to achieve there. We think from an urban streetscape urban design standpoint, you're better off with more thinner, narrower buildings with more height than you are with lower, wider buildings that block all view of the skyline.
So answer my question is no.
So to answer your question, I would rather not limit the fourth building to 300. Let's say 360, somewhere halfway in between, so there is some flexibility to stair step. Otherwise, you're going to get a tier at 300. You're going to get 3 buildings at 300, and then you end up with, the other buildings that are taller, and you don't get that diversity of skyline.
So if you're able to tell me that, then you do know where your spot is. Relative economic, you have a rough idea where you need to be to make this work.
Yeah, I mean, what is projected is 2.8 million square feet of office, residential, hotel, retail space. So there's a finite program that has been used as the basis for the other city negotiations.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. How many, you may have said this, how many buildings right now do you think there are actually going to be? Separate buildings or separate towers?
The intent is 6.
6 total?
Yes.
And that's including the ones on C and F?
Correct.
Okay. So really each of those blocks, they're all a separate building?
And some of those may share a podium.
Sure.
So like, in order to get efficient parking, you're trying to stretch as much parking on that block as possible, and then have the narrower building sit on top of that.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, okay, are there any other questions for them? And then, Ms. Rain, do you have any comments? Would you like to speak? And, you get equal time, so if you want to say anything, we had
5 minutes is what I got.
Yeah.
Yes, please, and thank you very much. We so appreciate the very thoughtful consideration and deliberation that you all are giving to this matter today. As has been discussed, this area has specific and special zoning separate and apart from that for the area south across 40 for a reason. It's not part of that core downtown area, and that's why there are special rules in place. As we mentioned, we fully support density. We feel strongly that 20 stories, 300 feet is very dense development. If you look at what's in the neighborhood now, what's planned and projected for the neighborhood, that's certainly more consistent with the long-term plans and vision for the area that were set out in the Pinch District Plan. And when you look at the pyramid, this proposal at 420 feet is significantly taller than the pyramid, just across the street. And for those reasons, we stand by our support of a 300-foot variance for this project.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Rain? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So we're going to go back to discussion. Other thoughts now after hearing from applicant and opposition? All right, so I'll give you my thoughts. As Mr. Jackson was talking about everything else being 300, I kind of was thinking maybe there should be a little step in the middle. Like that makes sense to not just have 420s and 300s, and they're just like 2 different things, more variance. And so I was thinking 350, as far as max height on those other buildings, just because that split it in half. Or actually 360 did split it in half, and which is what he said, but I was kind of already thinking that. And I didn't know what y'all thought about a condition that did something like that. Yeah, so we would have, how about this? All the buildings, the condition would be buildings located on C and F would have a height, max height of 300, and buildings D, E, B, and A only two would be at 420, and now some of those are all like if you look at B, that's one building from the bottom. but then you have different towers, coming out of it, is what it looks like.
It looks like from the kind of proposed that somewhere between B and D, though, there was going to be a 420, whether it was on the south or northern part of that, parcel. But somewhere in there, I definitely wouldn't recommend A or E be a 420. I'm not a designer, but
Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. But that's why they pay us so much to do this.
Right.
Calling out which buildings need to be which height.
Right.
The 2 and 2.
Two of the buildings.
And 2 and 2.
420. Two of the buildings.
Well, my problem with saying that is that I think the buildings will have different towers in them. Like, so there's more towers, it seems, than actual buildings because they're on a pedestal together. And so that's why I'm having trouble with that being exactly what I mean.
Well, they listed in their request here 6 separate buildings.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna maximize or keep that number, I guess we can say.
Yeah.
What they asked.
Okay.
2 and 2.
I'm good with that.
2 and 2.
Yeah, and we're just giving max height. They can always build shorter. They can always, once they get further along, come back to, hey, this is what we've come up with. We'd like to adjust something based on this actual plan. So I'm going to try to state it again, Mr. Ragsdale. So condition would be the building height on the parcels on the site concept plan marked C and F will be no higher than 300 feet. Of the remaining parcels, no more than 2 buildings can be up to 420 feet, with the remaining buildings having a max height of 360 feet. And there's still plenty of room to vary. They don't have to be exactly those heights. So, and then, is there anything else we need? That would be the only condition we're putting on it, if we approve it.
Site review.
That's automatic.
That's already.
It's already conditioned.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Anything else before we vote on this case?
I don't think so.
All right, Mr. Ragsdale, if you give us a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
No.
Mrs. Scurlock?
Yes.
Dr. Pritchard?
Yes.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes, I find that the standards of the UDC of 9.22.6 are being met and will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
And Chair Rainey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you all much. Mr. Ragsdale, if you call our next case.
Item number 1, BOA 22-021, the parcel south of 5359 Winchester Road. And I do believe I wanted to mention that Dr. Pritchard will be leaving the board at this time, so we appreciate her time for that case. Thank you.
We appreciate you for coming down for one case, but thank you very much. All right, is the applicant here on agenda item number 1? All right, is there any opposition? Seeing none, okay. Mr. Davis, could you give us a staff report, please?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, members of the board and members of the public. My name is Brett Davis, Principal Planner with the Division of Planning and Development. This is case number BOA 22-21. The board has held this item for 1 month 3 times, so it is not eligible for any further holds. Some general information. This is a parcel part of a couple lots, but not itself a buildable lot. It is south of 5359 Winchester Road. The applicant today is Mr. Garcia, the owner, Ms. Rivas, represented by Ms. Royston, who is in attendance. The request is a variance from subsection 3.3.1B to allow a lot without street frontage. So that section requires that lots have street frontage, quote, unless otherwise approved. So this is seeking that otherwise approval. They would still need to go through the re-subdivision process with the Land Use Control Board, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. The total area is 1.3 acres, and the zoning is commercial mixed use 1. This property is located in Hickory Hill. And here is the vicinity map showing that location a little more specifically. So the closest intersection is Winchester at Mendenhall. And this map also shows clearly that the parcel has no frontage. Here is the existing plat from 1978. So this parcel is most of Lot 2B, which you see was platted with frontage on Mendenhall. As well as a little sliver of Lot 2A. Now, when we published the staff report on Friday, we had not yet received a survey or site plan. The applicant has since submitted those, so the board members have not seen these, but I'm about to show them to you. Here is the survey. Again, Lot 2B currently consists of all of this. But the parcel itself is emboldened, and you see that it has lost its Mendenhall frontage and acquired a little bit of Lot 2A. There is a drainage easement and some utility easements around its perimeter. And here is that site plan. So again, the ultimate wish of the applicant is to open a vehicle rental business here, which would require a special use permit. And as proposed, there would be a small office building, a manufactured building, and the remainder of the lot to be would be paved with parking for those vehicles to be rented. It looks like there's a total of 102 display spaces and 7 parking spaces proposed. Here is the satellite photo with zoning. So currently the parcel is mostly grassy. It is in a CMU1 district, although there is residential zoning immediately to its east. We do see that reflected in the land use map. That yellow represents single family uses. Those homes were developed by a community development corporation, Power, and then the remainder of the land to the north, south, and west is commercial. The applicant does not own this lot to the north, but does operate a restaurant in the building there. He previously applied for a special use permit for vehicle rental on this lot. The Land Use Control Board recommended rejection, and then the applicant withdrew that case. So there is a 5-year waiting period on special use permit applications there. Following that withdrawal, the applicant bought this parcel. Okay, and there's a little more information on the zoning history in your staff report. Here's the one photograph we have taken from the rear of that restaurant lot. You see the grassy parcel as well as those houses to the east. So in conclusion, the applicant has requested variance from subsection 3.3.1B to allow a lot without street frontage. The applicant intends subsequently to request a re-subdivision subject to LUCB approval and a special use permit for vehicle rental subject to city council approval. I will point out that all of this could be dealt with through a planned development, both the creation of the lot and the allowing the use. The applicant did submit a planned development application, but it was withdrawn by staff after 3 months because it remained incomplete, and then they came back with this approach. So that relevant provision of the UDC states that all lots must have frontage unless otherwise approved. This open-ended standard authorizes the Land Use Control Board to approve a lot without frontage through the subdivision process, which is to say, rejection of this request today does not preclude the applicant from moving forward with the 2 pertinent Land Use Control Board applications. And staff is recommending rejection. We said in the staff report for 2 reasons, one of which was that we didn't have a site plan to review. But now we're saying because the Land Use Control Board has jurisdiction over re-subdivisions. So this variance is not totally relevant to their decision. They could vote up or down either way. In addition to a probable administrative recommendation of rejection of a future request for a special use permit for vehicle rental. Again, not what we're considering today, but that would be most likely due to the CMU1 zoning and adjacency to those single family uses. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Davis, quick question. You said that ultimate part of the rejection was there was no site plan, but we have one now. We don't have one in the packet, correct?
Yeah, the site plan was received after the staff report was published. But there are other reasons for the recommendation as well.
So if we approve today, what do they even get?
So
I don't understand why we're here.
So the Board of Adjustment could reject this application and the Land Use Control Board could still approve the lot, the re-subdivision of a lot without frontage, and the opposite's also true, right? So the Board of Adjustment could approve the variance and that requirement would no longer apply, but the Land Use Control Board could still reject the re-subdivision application on other grounds.
Can they do anything without the Land Use Control Board?
So the waiving of the frontage requirement would not waive the subdivision requirement. So not really, no.
But we have an application and we're hearing it, correct? Okay, that's why we're here.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, staff had originally a long time ago recommended a PD, which could create the lot and allow the use, and that process did not move forward. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, any other questions of staff? Or if the applicant will come forward. And if you'll give your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. My name is Evelyn Royston, 2809 Kirby Parkway, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Royston.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and board members. I would like to give you a brief history of how this property became landlocked with no street frontage first. My client, Mr. Rivas, is the tenant and the operator of the restaurant owned by Mr. Comas, Lot 2A. My client purchased the property in the rear, which is Lot 2B, from Mr. Comas. The lot was sold to my client but never properly subdivided, but meet the intended use for zoning ordinance with a special use permit. The practical difficulty is that the lots will be used by the same tenant, but with different uses. Therefore, the tenant can be granted access across his restaurant lot. The hardship is that he has no access to the property that has no lot frontage. But the lot can be used for his intended purpose, and that purpose is for motor vehicle rental by special use permit. It also meets the criteria of hardship because of the practical difficulties under subsection 9.22.6a of the UDC, extraordinary and exceptional situations and/or conditions. The owner has granted him an access easement in perpetuity to my client, and if my client decides to sell his property, this easement will remain in effect. If you do desire to approve this application, we will comply with the conditions as recommended by the staff. A special use permit shall be reviewed and approved prior to certificate of occupancy to Lot 2B. We are in agreement with the recommendation by the staff and are requesting modifications to condition 1 to read as follows. We are in agreement to comply and submit an application for a special use permit. We do not feel requesting approval for a re-subdivision by the Land Use Control Board would be beneficial as this will not enable street frontage. We would like to request that the city engineer comments be added as condition 2 and as requested and will comply. The fire department will have access to Lot 2B without obstruction from Winchester. We are in agreement with the site plan submitted, subject to the amended condition and any other provisions of the zoning codes dealing with use, access, circulation, parking, and landscaping. We're asking for your support to grant the access easement to the same tenant. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
Are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Malazri.
Mr. Rushing, do you know, or were you involved in why the land development application was pulled or not completed? Do you happen to know that from your client?
I'm sorry, I could not hear.
It was our understanding from staff that there was a plan development that was filed for this property, but it was pulled because the application was never completed. Do you happen to know the reason why it was not completed?
I feel like I don't have a direct answer, but I was told by the owner that when they submitted the application, they didn't follow through on it because of some of the conditions they were told what they would have to comply to. So that's the only reason I know that they pulled that application.
But you don't happen to know what those conditions are?
I sure don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right, is there any opposition? Okay, thank you, Ms. Royston.
Thank you.
If we could get a motion to approve BOA 22-21 as conditioned by staff.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification.
Yes.
Basically, what staff said and what you asked was, if we vote yay or nay, it still has to go to the Land Use Control Board for the ultimate approval.
That's what I understand, yes.
And does it in any way have to come back to us if the Land Use Control Board approves it?
No. Not as currently conditioned, no.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? You're just what?
I'm just gonna roll with Brett.
Okay, yeah. I do see a hardship in that we have a piece of property that's now been left without access. But it just seems that the remedy is not here to me. It seems like I just don't understand why we're here. Any other thoughts? Okay, Mr. Ragsdale, if you'll give us a roll call vote, please.
Sir. Mr. Jackson?
No.
Ms. Doss?
No.
Ms. Gerlach?
No.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Mr. Claybrook?
No.
Mr. Malazri?
No.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
No, I find that the standards of the UDC of 9.22.6 are not being met and will be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
Chair Raymond?
No.
Motion fails.
Motion denied. We do wish you luck in getting a subdivision done. All right, Mr. Ragsdale, if you'll call our next case we're going to hear.
Item number 3, BOA 22-042, 1625 Union Avenue.
Chairman Rennie, I've got to recuse.
Okay. Mr. Claybrook is recusing himself on this one. There we go. All right, the applicant will come forward. Ms. Reeves, how are you today?
Fine, how are you?
Good.
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Reeves. Oh, wait, actually, no, we need a staff report. Sorry, we got ahead of ourselves. Ms. Shelton, if you want to update us.
Giving me time. So
Yeah, you got it all, you're ready, almost ready to go. So if you want to give us any updates or anything, I think a lot of us do remember this case from last month.
Okay. Teresa Shelton, Municipal Planner for Division of Planning and Development. We have before you case BOA 2242, 1625 and 1635 Union Avenue, west of Roselle Street. Let's go to, I'm sorry, it's a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, this is, I think, the original site plan that we looked at last time when we were here. This is what Ms. Reeves has submitted to me. It's an area view to kind of give you a better look at what it would look like. And I'll let her go into more details on that. Okay, of course, this is what the outside of Seven Brew will look like, and then we looked at this on last time. And we do know that it is consistent with Memphis 3.0. In conclusion, we did add another conclusion. I think it was conclusion number 2. Union Avenue is, no, let me see. No, was it, did we add 2? Brett? Mr. Ragsdale, did we add 2 for the conclusion? The project can be constructed. The third one. The third one? Okay, the project can be constructed by right at the current 60-foot platted setback without granting of this variance. So even if we, even if you denied it, they could come back and do it at 60 feet. And I just wanted to make sure we put that in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we do, these are the conditions that we put in, and also Ms. Reeves has added some friendly amendments, which I will allow her to give you those because she's done some changes as we were in this meeting today. So if you have any questions for me, I'm here, but I'm going to let her explain her amendments.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, do you have a question?
Yeah. Ms. Shelton?
Yes, sir.
This site plan that's in this package we have today, it is the exact same site plan as we had the last time? Is that true?
Yeah, the first one?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, one thing we talked about last time that we weren't sure of, do you know if
Basically, I think when, I think Mr. Jackson, I think it was you, was asking about that curb cut.
Right.
And engineering said absolutely no.
Thank you.
That was the meeting we met. They said absolutely not.
Okay, perfect.
So I remember you asked about that. So it was a no on that.
Okay, any other questions of staff before we move to the applicant? Okay, Ms. Reeves, I think you're sworn in.
Yes, sir. We tried extremely hard to change the site plan as much as we could. And immediately after the board requested us to get with city engineering, DPD and I met with city engineering, and city engineering denied us the second curb cut. So we did try extremely hard in order to get that, but they did not think that it was a very safe exit out of the property. What we feel at going closer to Union Avenue is better than going at the 60-foot platted setback. We want the variance to encroach into the setback. We have worked extremely closely with the neighbors, and we appreciate all the cooperation and all the hard work that they've done in order to come up with some friendly revisions, and I will read those. So starting with item number 5, there will be no outdoor menu boards or ordering speakers. A maximum of 2 speakers outside the delivery door for music may be allowed. The speakers will be directed away from the adjacent neighbors, and the speaker level shall not exceed 80 dB at 5 feet. No neon on the south side adjacent to the residential, and the paint color shall be neutral. Lighting will conform to Chapter 4.7 of the UDC and not glare on adjacent residential properties. Height not to exceed 20 feet. No solid food to be served. No parking in the escape lane. And on condition number 3, we agreed to change the closing time to 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m. So those are the conditions that we would like the board to consider. We tried really hard in order to change the site plan. This aerial shows that, I mean, I think that the bank was sort of in the same position that we were in, and we want the building to be closer to Union, and this is the best that we could do, or we could move it back, and we just don't feel like it's in anybody's best interest to move the building back to the 60-foot platted setback.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Shelton, could you put up the conditions real quick?
Sure. Let me also note that she added the ones that she just mentioned, Some of them are on here, but she added to these.
I added to
So
5,
that's
6,
why-
and
yeah, That's why I
7.
said I would defer to her and let her.
Can you read them one more time for me?
Yes,
I got
sir.
the 9 PM one, so I'm good on that one.
Condition number 3 is our hours of operation is now to 9 PM
Gotcha,
instead of 10
okay.
PM. Condition number 5, there will be no outdoor menu boards or ordering speakers. A maximum of 2 speakers outside the delivery door for music only may be allowed. The speakers will be directed away from the adjacent neighbors, and the speaker level shall not exceed 80 dB at 5 feet. No neon on the south side adjacent to the residential, and the paint color shall be neutral. Lighting will conform to Chapter 4.7 of the UDC and not glare on adjacent residential properties. Height not to exceed 20 feet. No solid food to be served, and no parking in the escape lane.
Okay, can we, now, Ms. Shelton, can we go back to the renderings?
Back to what now? I'm sorry.
To the renderings of the building?
Okay.
I just want to make sure I understand a couple things. Is the building already 20 feet? Is that how it's drawn, or is it a little taller?
Yes, that's how it's drawn, is at 20 feet.
Okay. Is that blue roof, is that considered neutral, or is that going to be more neutral? You talked about the neutral paint, the neutral colors. Explain that one
Only
to me a little.
on the south side abutting the residential. The blue
Gotcha,
is
okay.
one of their signature colors.
Okay, gotcha. But from the back, you wouldn't necessarily, blue would not be neutral though on the.
No.
Okay,
it
just
will
making
not be
sure.
blue on the back. And just to let you know, the Valvoline oil tower that was approved is at 28 feet 11 inches. So
Right,
we are
okay.
well below that. So we feel that,
Okay.
and that is just a one-story building. It's not two-story. There's no windows back abutting the residential.
So I'm just practically asking so looking at the south elevation, is that roof going to change colors from blue or?
It says metal break regal blue is what they have on here. I know y'all probably can't read the writing that's there.
That south elevation, the paint color will change. That blue that's on the south elevation will now be a neutral color. that
So
will
you'll
match
see the
the
blue from the sides, from the front, but the actual roof will just be a different color
The
from
roof
the
will
back.
not be a different color,
But it's blue.
but the roof doesn't have blue on the south side.
Okay.
The south elevation is not part of the roof. The roof is further up front. And,
Okay.
and there's no blue on the back of the roof either. What
Okay.
the south side, all the south side will be neutral in color.
Okay.
That was an agreement with the neighbors.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we really tried hard to change the site plan. We tried very
Sure.
hard to meet with city engineering and get them to approve an additional curb cut, but we just weren't able to do it. So we would appreciate your support, and we're here for any questions.
Any other questions for Ms. Reeves? Mr. Jackson?
Comment. Ms. Reeves, I want to make sure I understand what you're telling me is your client tried to change the site plan based on the fact that they wanted a right out onto Union Avenue, correct? Was there any effort to change the site plan based on the fact that you could not get a right out on Union Avenue, but still moving the building closer?
Yes, sir, we did. It's just that the escape lane and the landscaping that we were trying to match Pinnacle Bank and Valvoline pushed it to where it's at. And that was the purpose of the aerial that I provided that shows how it lines up with the two adjacent properties. So with Valvoline, we were able to push it up. But with this one, with it, we aren't entering through a building in order to get the coffee. We did also even consider and looked at rotating the building, and when we did that, it put the passenger side against the delivery doors, and that did not work for the landlord. 50 years from now, if Seven Brew were not there, it would be difficult to lease a building that had a drive-through or delivery door on the passenger side.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Reeves? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here else here to speak in favor of this application? Okay, I have two people that have given me cards, or sheets of paper, rather. I have Ms. Terhune and Mr. Robilio, if y'all would like to talk. If you'll give your name and address for the record.
William E. Robilio, 1636 East Moreland Avenue, Memphis, 38104.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I want to thank them for working with us. After the last hearing, I spoke in opposition. There's been a lot of compromise, and then there were some last-minute changes, as happens sometimes, today. I think one of the main things that we want to emphasize, the speakers were sort of relying in good faith on their actions that at 80 decibels, at whatever conditions, they said none of the residents will be able to hear that music. And I think that needs to be very explicit. I'm not an engineer at all. I mean, I don't want to go back through algebra or any of that. So I'm relying on their expertise on that. But, and also we're very grateful that the closing time was moved from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Robilio? All right, thank you, sir. Would Ms. Terhune like to come speak? If you'll give your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Josie Terhune. I live at 1628 East Moreland Avenue. My property is directly behind this proposal.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
As Bill, my neighbor, said, they have worked with us very closely, and since this meeting started today, they have agreed to multiple things that we requested that weren't agreed to before, specifically the speakers and the 9 p.m. closing and the no neon and no bright blue paint towards our houses. Because of that, I am no longer in opposition, and that's it.
Okay, all right. Well, are there any questions for Ms. Terhune? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. All right, is there anybody else here in opposition? All right, we'll move back to the applicant. Did you have any rebuttal you wanted to give?
No, sir, we feel that this is a good addition to Union Avenue, and we feel that Seven Brew is going to be a very good neighbor. So we've enjoyed working with the neighbors also.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Could somebody from our board give a motion to approve BOA 22-42 as conditioned by staff together with the friendly amendments that were requested and read out by the applicant?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I really appreciate Cindy getting with the neighbors and coming to an agreement. That's just great. I still think that this is the wrong style of development. This kind of strip commercial development is not the right kind of development, and I hope we don't continue this kind of pattern on Union Avenue, which in many ways is downtown Midtown. And so anyway, I'm just saying that. I'm going to vote against it for that reason.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Baker. You know, if we want to move to the level of a city that has the quality that I think we all would like to see, there's got to be a way to take corridors like Union Avenue, which is part of the Innovation Corridor, and move it more toward a more pedestrian-oriented type development. And I just disagree with the fact that that building won't work on that site closer to Union Avenue. I'm not saying they hadn't tried, I believe they have. But that type of development is vehicular-oriented, period. It's not pedestrian-friendly. And based on what I understand, the intent of the Union Avenue corridor is to have it as a transit way that is pedestrian-friendly, and that just doesn't accomplish it. Now, granted, you know, they'll get this passed, and rightfully so, based on the fact that they can either pull it closer, like it is, get a variance on that, or we reject it and they still build it anyway. But it's got to be a way in the future that when we look at projects like this, that there's a better design solution. We got to get there. I mean, we're not a rubber stamp. We're requesting that people put on their thinking hats, and we just got to get there. And that's just not it. And as Ms. Baker said, it's a typical vehicular Memphis-style facility. It's just building, parking, circulation, not a whole lot of thought for pedestrians, and yet we're trying to achieve that. There's a better mousetrap. Just FYI. Thanks for letting me comment.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Ragsdale a question?
Sure.
Innovation Corridor, what is the status of that? Are there any recommendations coming out of that plan, insofar as land use type recommendations?
It is in the process of, it is fully designed, I believe, and being implemented. As far as any reactions to that for land use, we're definitely looking at, things along the corridor to make suggestions for land use changes potentially that came out of 3.0. This was actually an anchor that we had, and so there are discussions about that. And so eventually they will get there. Of course, the question here is a 60-foot variance or a build two line of 60 feet or a variance, so.
Any other questions or comments before we vote?
I just want to say, and not in support with Mr. Jackson and Ms. Baker, but dealing with the reality of Memphis. Memphis is a vehicular type of society. We would rather drive, even though we push for, because we have plenty of empty bike lanes all over the city that are not being used because the push was, let's get bike lanes so that would force people or entice them, I'll say it that way, to use the bike lanes. But the reality is, and in supporting the use of vehicles and giving them a venue, not to say we don't need, because I'm all about, clean air and trying to reduce, vehicular use. But the reality is Memphis is a vehicle using city. We use our cars. Instead of walking to the park, we will drive to the park with the dog in the car. I mean, that's the reality of Memphis. I think they're balancing, but we do have a lot of car drivers, unlike some other cities where they build things according to the usage. And I think Memphis uses their cars a lot. So, I agree with you. We need more, but the reality is we don't use our cars less, to accommodate certain things, so.
And Union Avenue will never really be pedestrian friendly. It's like 6 or 7 lanes of traffic and really in the bike lanes on Union. I mean, would you want to ride your bike down? I would not. So Union Avenue's never gonna be, I don't see it being pedestrian friendly at all, ever.
I think the debate we're having is between, I totally hear what you guys are saying. And I remember we approved mini storage that I don't think ever happened, but it was at the corner of Riverside and probably Florida in that building. It has kind of an interesting entrance on there, right? And, and I saw Tommy Pacello, late great Tommy Pacello, gave me heck when he saw me for us approving that, like that we saw each other at the Shell or something. And, my point was, we're doing what we're dealing with now. That's what we have. Like, I'd rather not have an empty building or non-development. And, his point was, well, sometimes you just got to hold out for something better. And I think that's y'all's, like, how are we going to get there without getting there? But I do think here, when I look at this site, my hardship is that it has a 60-foot setback on a street that doesn't need a 60-foot setback. And we're making it better than it was. But So I think I'm going to vote for it, but I hear what you're saying, and I understand, where's the line drawn in the sand? And like, we're going to just say, well, maybe it takes 10 years to get what we want it, to get it to where it needs to be, but we're just going to wait. So I don't know if that made any sense to anybody, but I do hear what y'all are saying loud and clear. Any other comments?
Yes, I agree with you in that I think to the natural development of Memphis, like with Monroe and Madison, going more residential and pedestrian, but Union Avenue is not only is it a corridor, it's a straight, it becomes Walnut Grove. It is, if no other street in Memphis is, you'll have pedestrian along Poplar. I just don't see people walking on Union. But yet the variance here is what we have in front of us. It's the way the development is moving in Memphis, where we can make the development achievable and support it to where it's going, or we can put hopes and dreams on paper around it and then just live with blank lots until someone comes with what you think is supposed to be there.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson.
Just a quick comment back to us as a group. I'm glad we didn't take that same approach in the Pinch District 10 years ago. Who would have ever thought that we would have a 400-foot tall proposal for buildings there and creating a downtown outside of its core? We held out, and sometimes holding out gets you where you need to be. So bear that in mind as we talk about not holding out here. I'm not saying we should hold out on this. This is not even on the same scale.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But we got to start somewhere. Right. And that's a combination of us, boards, government, engineering, and developers looking at it and saying, we got to take another approach at this thing to make it better. So anyway, it's just my comment back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Mr. Ragsdale, will you give us a roll call, please?
Sir. Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Ms. Scurlock?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Claybrook is recused. Mr. Malazri?
Yes.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes, I find that the standards of the UDC of 9.22.6 are being met and will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
And Chair Rainey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, you've been approved. And I meant to say something before. I love, it doesn't happen that often that the neighbors come back and have this congenial of a hearing after something like that. So I appreciate everybody involved in that discussion, especially with y'all being like the real stakeholders that touch that property. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Ragsdale, will you call the next case, please?
Yes, sir, and I will say I apologize for the noise, but we might want to take a little extra precaution to speak into the microphones with the background noise here. So,
What is that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
With that, item number 5 is our next case, BOA 22-047, 8797 Millington, Arlington Road.
Okay, is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. Is there any opposition to this case? Seeing none. Okay, Ms. Shelton, would you give us a staff report, please?
Sure. Teresa Shelton, Division of Planning and Development. Case before you is BOA 2247, 8797 Millington, Arlington Road. The owner is Pastor John Smith, Rosemark Church, represented by Delano Smith, Smith Building Design. The request is a variance from paragraph 2.7.2A3 to allow an accessory structure in the front yard setback in a conservation agricultural zone. Right, here's a zoning map that shows a location of where they're wanting to place that accessory structure, which is to the right front of the church. The left front of the church, excuse me. I'm looking at it backwards. Here's the land use map that shows you is mostly residential. All residential there. And here's just a view of the subject property and where the proposed garage will be placed, which will be right along this area here. And this is just kind of a side view to kind of give you an angle of what it would look like, where it would be. And this is another view just looking at the property as a whole. Okay, now these are some pictures provided to me by the applicant that shows their reason for this variance, and it shows that the property does flood, retains water whenever it rains. And it's just some more pictures here. Okay, now this is the original site plan that Mr. Smith submitted showing where they were wanting to put the proposed garage. This was, yeah. Now, this is an alternative site which staff had recommended for them to place the garage, which would be away from the front of the street, but in that parking lot, and it would have been in the area where you saw the flooding there. But I believe, staff believes that if you can do some type of retention to deter the water, that it may work in that area. In conclusion, the applicant is seeking relief from variance paragraph 2.7.2A3 to allow an accessory structure in the front yard setback. The applicant is seeking to construct a two-bay garage for the church-owned vehicles. Granting the variance will not cause any substantial detriment to the public good, nor will it affect the general welfare of the neighborhood. It will substantially impair the intent and purpose of the adopted plan code and will not be injurious to the neighborhood and will not be harming with purpose and intent of the development code. And just these are the conditions recommended by staff with a rejection if approved by the board today. And I'm here for any questions.
Ms. Shelton, so I'm looking at this and it's a 40-foot front setback?
I think.
Maybe bigger.
Isn't it 3? Hold on.
Maybe 50.
Okay, that's not
It's I guess that doesn't matter. The garage, though, is behind the setback. It's just in front of the building is our issue, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because I think it has to be like 300 feet from the road or something in the CA zoning district, if I'm not mistaken, or 150.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I had a case like this before.
Okay.
So, yeah, but it's in the front of the church. So it can't be in the front facade of the building. And which is why I asked him to go back and revisit the site plan and consider putting it there. And I'm gonna go back to the pictures to show you where I was talking about. So basically I was proposing that they put it here where the dumpster is, along there. I think that would be a better area and it would put it behind the front facade of the church. Like I said, I'm not an engineer, of course, but I believe that they can do something to deter the water. That's why, I proposed that.
Right. Okay. Makes sense. Any other questions of staff before we move to the...
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure. So if he puts it in the location where you showed us the revised location, then you're okay with it, right?
Yes,
does he even need
absolutely.
The variance at that point?
Absolutely, and that's when I had the conversation with Mr. Smith, I asked him to talk to the pastor about it, but they, were against it. But I told him I would agree to approve it if they would agree to that location.
But does he even need the variance? That's my question. If he moves
wants
it.
to put it, if they're wanting to put it where they're wanting to put it at, which is in the front, yes.
But if he moves it back to your revised
if he moves
location,
it back behind the front facade of the church, then no.
he doesn't need the variance. No. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other questions of staff? All right, Pastor Smith? Could you give your name and address for the record? Oh, that's Delaware Smith. Never mind. You look very passionately. Can you do something for us?
I would not.
Give us a word.
I would not want that job. Delaware Smith, 3831 Lakehurst Drive, Memphis, Tennessee.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go for it.
Okay. The main reason we're here is because of the issue with theft and vandalism. If you notice, that site is in a rural area. Your neighbors are acres apart, and 80% of that property, the front yard is in a flooding. It floods when the land to the west drains into it. About 30 to 40 acres to the west is at an elevation of 325 feet. The lot where the parking is, where they're suggesting we put the new building, is at a 311 or 312. So we get quite a bit of rain runoff during the moderate to heavy rain. And what they're asking for is to locate it at a site where they had an existing building. They tore it down. It was a parsonage. And it was, if you notice, this site where we are suggesting to locate the new building is at an elevation of 318, which was a building site that was pre-prepared, and it also has a curb cut there. But the undue hardship is that financial undue hardship would be to have to locate retaining walls and modify the topography of the site. If you would, the neighbors are all in agreement with this. Many of the neighbors are experiencing theft in this area, but unlike the neighbors, the church is unattended during the night, so the church is a prime target for thieves. They've had to replace catalytic converters, at least 4 within the last year, at $1,000 each. The vans provide a major element in their transportation ministry. The church really need that protection for their vans. They've tried alarm systems, cameras, but the response time for the sheriff department in an area like this doesn't deter theft. The cameras are, I would say, is a good after the fact, because most of your thieves, they're going to wear something to cover their face, but after the damage has been done, the church has to be responsible for replacing and repairing any type of vandalism that occurs. And we're asking to place this building here mainly just to protect the vans, so it can be somewhat up front. The rear part of the church property is at a high elevation, but it has been there's going to be a future development in the rear that the church wants to do at a later date once they grow. They have right now about 150 members. The other issue is septic system. The septic system requirements for this area, you have to have a reserve area as well as an existing area for the septic system. So there's the buildable areas that are limited for this site due to the flooding and the septic system requirements. So that site up front, since this building would not need any type of plumbing, it would be ideal for this location. It would be in close visual sight of the deacon that lives across the street and other neighbors that can see the property as they're passing by. And like I said, the topographical issue is creating a flooding in the area that the planning department has suggested that we place the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? Jackson?
So, Mr. Smith, what you're saying is you basically want to go with, you do not want to go with the alternate site plan. You're here to get the original site plan you submitted approved.
We we discussed the alternate site plan, but the financial requirement for changing the topography, adding retainer walls is something that the church is not financially feasible, financially able to do at this time. That would create an additional hardship on the church at this point. They're just trying to protect their property right now and try to grow to the point they can do something different.
Thank you, sir.
Like I said, at that point, at that site, there was an original building that they had to remove, and it is ready for a structure to go onto it as it is now.
How long has the church been there?
That I can't tell you at this point. The pastor's father built that church probably, I'm thinking, I used to live out there, I'm thinking it's probably less than 20 years ago.
Okay.
They had to remove the septic system in front of the yard. In the front yard, it failed, so they put it at the rear yard. So the septic system placement is a big issue in this area and on that site. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the topography for that whole area, this site to the site to the west, like I said, is at about 325 feet elevation. The site where where the church is at about 311, 312. So the water flows down from about estimated 30 acres onto this property.
On the backside, to the rear of the property, the water
flows from the west side down to the east.
Mm-hmm.
So on this side.
And the property to the east of of the church is actually at about 210 feet elevation. So it floods more. And they've had incidents where the water get within inches of the front door. So that's the biggest issue, trying to find a buildable site. And the best buildable site for that property is at the rear, which doesn't help the issue with theft at all. Right now, we're trying to deter the theft and vandalism.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the purpose of this building is to store church vehicles? Is that
Just
the purpose?
2 vans that they use for the transportation ministry.
Where would they come in and out of? Which
There is an existing curb cut there that was for the parsonage that was demolished. If that's an issue with traffic engineering, we can.
Oh, so it comes directly off the road,
yes,
the main road?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a place where you could put it where it would just come off the access drive to the parking instead of?
We've considered that, and that is an option.
I mean, the thing that would be good about that is that you wouldn't be facing the garage opening to the street, and you could put landscaping in front of it.
Well, we can do that also. The main issue is to protect their vans, and because they have quite a few members that need the transportation assistance. And also, if you notice, the street is at 319 feet elevation when the church is at 312. So water's flowing from all directions onto that property.
Ms. Shelton, is that the building that was taken
That was the
down?
old building that's taken down. So I just pulled it up so you guys can kind of have a view. And that's the church behind the trees, and
right.
That's the neighbor.
So that side doesn't get the runoff That side of the street doesn't get the runoff of the water?
Where the old building,
Yes.
yeah, no, it doesn't. It's at 318 or 19 foot elevation. It has been, the elevation has been raised. It was raised for that one particular site, for the one particular building.
Okay.
So it would be financially feasible for them to just put a building back there and wouldn't create much of a hardship for the church.
What's the building? Is it just a metal building?
The Department of Planning suggested we brick it. So the pastor said that wouldn't be a problem. We would go with that.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Just to confirm, you would be okay with having the entrance coming off the parking lot and not the actual street?
I'm sorry?
You would be okay with having the entrance to this structure, the access to it come from the parking lot and not the street?
We can do that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. Is there anybody here in opposition to this case? All right, with that, I assume you all ready to discuss. Could we get a motion to approve BOA 22-47 as conditioned by staff?
So moved.
Second.
If you don't have any thoughts?
I like the recommendations that Ms. Baker and Mr. made on turning the building to the, drive out to the parking lot versus directly from the street.
Yep. I'm in alignment with that as well. I like the access road suggestion as well. And then I do like the landscaping suggestion as well. It could be a deterrent for theft.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
You know more than I do about moving dirt.
Yes, sir.
How difficult do you think, and I know you've never been to the site, would it be to have that building further back, kind of where it's no variance needed, but you got to move a bunch of dirt and topographical changes to get it there? Is that $10,000? Is that $50,000?
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you asked me a question because I was going to chime in on exactly what you're saying. First, let me say this, and I'll get right to answering your question after I say this, but I agree with Ms. Shelton that that building at the setback in front of the church is just totally out of context with the area, especially when she did a pan around from Google Earth to look at how far the other houses are set back. When you look at the amount of water that's there and you look at what they have to do, even if they left the building at the front setback where Ms. Shelton doesn't want it and built an access road to it, I mean, that's going to be, asphalt, it's going to be a little grading or whatever. I would think the money would be better spent looking at the alternate site plan, raising that building about 1.18 feet, because you got to put it on a concrete slab anyway. Sure. So, you bring in a foot of dirt from around the site, you put a 8-inch slab on top of that, and now you're right at almost 2 feet above, and you slope out with a ramp to the parking lot. I think the cost is going to be pretty much the same at some point. It may be a little bit more expensive, but it negates the fact of what they're looking to do. It puts it in line with the front of the building, and you don't have to build the access road.
The access road is already there though, right? Like I'm looking at Google. I was looking at Google.
Well, yeah, the access from the street into the site is there, but
not the access from
the
drive.
But not the access from the drive over to the building. Oh, that's a pretty good haul right there. Okay, it's at least 10, 40, 24, another 20. Probably talking 100 foot, 120 feet over.
They'd have to make that grassy part cover that, like concrete over the grassy part?
Either that or they'd have to get a variance for gravel. I don't know if an impervious, I think an impervious surface is required there from a parking perspective. I may be wrong. You have to check the UDC on that. But I think the better alternative is to put it back where Ms. Shelton has it and just raise the building. And I don't think you have to do it with retaining walls.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, I see this being a site that has some issues with the water and stuff like that, but it seems like the only slightly more costly solution is the best solution.
Yes.
And I think that's what you've said as well.
Yes, sir.
Other thoughts?
Could you go back to the topographic slide?
Get it pulled back up.
The church is at 314.
Now, this was provided by Mr. Smith.
Sure.
It looks like right at the corner of the parking lot, you're looking at about 3, or for the alternate site that's aligned with the frontage of the church would be about 313. And then the site that's being proposed to us today is, what, 3 to 4 feet higher.
Ms. Shelton, can you zoom in on that area a little bit for us?
That good?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Velazquez, if I may.
Yeah.
If the church is not flooding at 314, which obviously it's not, and we're at about 312 and a half at that northeast corner of that parking lot, 18 inches puts us at the same elevation of the church with no flooding. So I don't think we have to get to 317 as a buildup. We could get to 314.
He did say the water comes to the front door sometimes.
It does.
Of the church.
Building a little foundation or a ramp to get there
That's-
isn't that expensive.
Flood adjacent. But he did say the water comes to the front door of the church on occasion.
Does it come in the front door of the church, Mr. Smith?
It said it has almost, yes.
No, it ain't. It
No,
either
it
has
didn't
or
come
it
in.
has
It
not.
didn't come in. We're talking inches.
Okay,
And
so,
if we-
so it hasn't, but it gets close.
No, it hadn't, but it gets close. And if we raise the elevation at the parking lot, you're gonna destroy more of the parking lot, and you gotta redo that. And so you have other issues other than just bringing in dirt at that one location. You gotta deter that water from erosion, because that water comes off that 30 acres to the west pretty fast. If you had been out there that day, it looked like a small river. It's nothing anyone would desire to build on. Like the pastor said, we live with it. They need to be out here and see it to see how it looks. Because when it floods, they can't use the parking lot.
Is the whole parking lot underwater?
I can't. Yes,
Is the
but
whole
I would say,
parking lot?
no, I would say about 50% of it. It's a major issue, and that is not going to be a quick, easy, cheap fix. Building it at that location.
And Mr. Smith, 2 questions. So one is about how often or how many times a year do you think it floods?
Anytime they get a moderate to heavy rain, that could be once a month.
Once a month. And the church's foundation, when you walk in, do you have to step up to get to the ground level, or is it right at?
It's on a monolithic slab. It is I think it has 1 step up, maybe 2 steps at the most, but it's basically on a monolithic slab.
Thank you for that.
Other thoughts?
The building is only 20 by 30, just a small garage.
Any other comments before we vote? All right. Hearing none. Mr. Ragsdale, will you give us a roll call, please? Oh, we actually were discussing, but I allowed it.
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
No.
Mr. Malazari?
Yes.
Ms. Scurlock? Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes, I find that the standards of the UDC will not be met of 9.22.6 and will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
And Chair Rainey?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, thank you all. Mr. Ragsdale, will you call the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 7, BOA 22-058, 2727 Cape Bond Road.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Where's that one?
Is the applicant anywhere?
Oh, man.
I think we lost the applicant last time as well. For these long days.
They informed me that they would be here, so.
All right, let's table this one.
Roll that one, and I believe there were, a couple of questions the last time, and we did add a couple of conditions to that, so we can discuss those later, but I think the good idea would be to roll this and see if we can get the applicant.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's go to our next case.
Item number 10, BOA 22-066, 4270 Stage Road.
Okay, I see Mr. Bray. Is there any opposition present today? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pensis, can you give us a staff report and tell us how we got here?
Jeffrey Pensis, Division of Planning and Development. So the request is a use variance from section 2.5.2 and a variance from item 2.6.3J1F to allow a convenience store with gas pumps at 4270 Stage Road. So this site is located within the Raleigh neighborhood, and 42 notices were mailed and 2 signs posted at the subject property. So we're at the corner of Stage Road in Old Austin P. The site is currently zoned the mixed use district, and the surrounding land uses are a mixture of commercial, office, and institutional. So the subject property is indicated by an orange star in that, so you can see that Stage Road is indicated in the Memphis 3.0, the MPO functional classification map as a urban minor arterial, as where Old Austin P Road is a local street, which is essentially any street that is not designated. And that will be relevant later. This is just a view of the subject property. You can see the convenience store aspect is currently constructed here. This is the proposed site plan. This is not consistent with Memphis 3.0, which has this as a designated neighborhood main street, as it's not a walkable or bikeable destination. Additionally, they found that there was another gas station located at the same intersection, and this request would not provide any new service or retail options for the neighborhood. So essentially, this subject property was downzoned from the commercial mixed-use 3 district to the mixed-use district by the City Council on November 16th, 2021, making any former and current locational requirements moot since the proposed use is not permitted in the MU district. So that would essentially mean the second request that they have, they don't actually need now because it no longer exists. Now, how we end up here, because the applicant is asserting rights based on the approved site plan by Burke Renner with our office via an email on October 26, 2020. Note, while there were no stamped or approved site plans that appear to exist or application or fee ever paid, there was the aforementioned email, and then additionally, plan reviewer Moni,
of that process. And so typically it is 2 building permits. And so and it generally takes considerably longer to build the building than it does to do the canopy. So they will start with the building. They'll get, in a typical world, no supply chain issues, no COVID, everything's moving at a normal speed. They'll get 4 or 5 months down the road with the building. They've probably got the building dried in at that point. Then they'll go back and have the jobber pull the permit for the canopy, and they'll move forward with that. So caught up in this is that this process took an incredibly long time. There were financial issues with the owners. Again, COVID, the economy being what it was, they didn't have the cash to put into the new building as fast as they would have liked to. There were also supply chain issues. So they finally get to the point that the building is close enough to completion that they're ready. The jobber goes to pull the permit for the canopy, and we discover that this is not to collectors or greater, and they can't move forward. The zoning issue at that point, because when they were making that application, was not an issue because they were still within 18 months of the original building permit being granted. And so the zoning change that occurred last November would not have been an issue because they were still within that window of the original building permit and ASPR approval. It becomes an issue, I guess, now at this point because we're outside that window. So that's how we got there. Is that clear as mud?
About. Wow. Any questions for Mr. Bray? So right now you have a properly permitted building. You need to get a permit for the canopy and tanks.
Yes, and to I don't remember who made the comment or the question before. There are times where folks will come in and build a strip center or convenience store or something like that with the idea that maybe later the rules will change and they will come back in, with the canopy. But the original plan that the architect submitted in March of 2020, the subsequent site plans that we submitted in May of 2020, from day one, this had a canopy on it. There's existing tanks, a well area or tank area on the site that's being reutilized. They've got their TDEC approvals on that. This has been a gas station from the day it went in there.
What was there before this? Was it?
Gas
the
station.
gas station just.
Yes, sir.
When the building was first built there, it's been a gas station.
It's been a gas station for years.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question for Mr. Penzies. I recall reading the staff report, and I did read the staff report.
Was it long?
Yeah, I did, and it was long. But Ken Ayers had a role in this, right? What was his role?
You want to answer or you want me to answer?
Essentially just when the initial building permit was done, he just marked the plan that the building permit was only for the convenience store, not the canopy.
That goes back to they pull 2 permits. It's very similar to building a strip center and you have just the shell building approved, no tenant finish. It's the same sort of thing.
Okay, so you don't think that meant that he was signaling to you that there would be a special use permit requirement? You didn't have that use.
Now, Mr. Kenneth Ayers is retired from here, so he's not one we can ask.
So we can talk bad about him.
It would not. There was nothing to indicate whether he knew the gas station wasn't allowed, or just what you actually need a separate building permit for that.
Plot thickens. Mr. Penzies, can you put up real quick just I'm sure you have the use map, like of just the surrounding areas. I'm actually pretty familiar with that area, and I would have thought it was a collector or whatever. Those are 2 fairly major streets. They're not going into like a neighborhood or something like that. It's that full-on commercial right there.
I would not have been surprised if the designation south of the intersection changed off of a collector because that's sort of a specialized connection now over. But yeah, north of this, If you're going north into Raleigh off of Stage, you don't actually, especially if you're coming from the Bartlett area, you don't go over to New Austin P. You turn there. That is the route.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Is there any opposition to this case? Seeing none. All right, then let's get a motion. Could we get a motion to approve BOA 2022-0066?
So moved.
Second.
Move to second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Mr. Ragsdale, if you'll give us a roll call, please.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Doss? Yes. Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Baker? Okay. Ms. Scurlock?
Yes.
Mr. Malasry?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sabatell?
Yes, I find that the standards of 9.22.6 of the UDC will be met and will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
Chair Rayner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bray. We'll go with our next case, Mr. Ragsdale.
And I believe Ms. Tizell was trying to get in touch with the applicant for number 7, but we don't have that yet, so we will move on to the next one.
Okay.
Which is item number 17, BOA 22-073, 2105 Cortland Place.
Okay. Is the applicant here? I think so. Is there any opposition to this case? See, now, I know we pulled this. Mary was wanting to hear this. I guess if you want to give us a really brief staff report, Ms. Payne, and then we'll discuss.
Really brief.
Yeah, fairly brief. I think we've all read it. I'm really curious what her questions were on it.
Okay.
But let's use some time.
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Margot Payne with the Division of Planning and Development. This applicant is requesting 5 variances to build an accessory dwelling unit at 2105 Cortland Place. The property is located in Midtown, and its unique feature is it has double frontage on Cortland to the north, Peabody to the south, and this is the block between Florence to the west and South Cooper Street to the east. It's zoned, it's a 5,619 square foot parcel. It's zoned residential urban 1. The surrounding zoning is RU1, commercial mixed use 3, and office general. And the surrounding land uses are single family, multifamily, office, and commercial. Here are views of the property from Cortland on the left, from Peabody looking north on the right. Here are views of the Peabody Avenue frontage where the proposed ADU would sit, looking northeast towards South Cooper Street on the left and northwest to Florence on the right. You can see it's mostly rear fence lines, driveways, and very few, or a few garage entrances. So this block is also flanked by 2 very unique properties, the mid-century modern building at Peabody and Florence on the left, and the early 20th century commercial buildings at Peabody and Cooper. Here are the views from the rear of the property looking across Peabody with Slider Inn on the left, and then you see the 2-story residential properties on the right. Here's a proposed site plan. The proposed ADU would sit 5 feet from the rear and side property lines. The ADU is over 20 feet tall, so that's why the applicant's asking for a variance from 272B3 to sit closer than 20 feet to the side and rear property lines. Here's the proposed south elevation that would be seen from Peabody. Staff has conditioned the windows to be architecturally consistent with the surrounding structures, and the double hung windows on the 2nd story do meet that condition. Here's the proposed north elevation that would be seen from the backyard and from Cortland Place. Here's the west elevation. The full-height windows are located over 20 feet from the side property line, so they can remain as is, but staff recommends that they do match the double-hung style seen on the south elevations. Here's the east elevation. The clear story windows on the first story are appropriate, considering this elevation is located 5 feet from the side property line. Staff has conditioned the second story windows to match the first story. However, the plans note that the bottom sashes will have a privacy film, which would meet the intent of the variance they're seeking for privacy for neighbors. So in conclusion, the applicant is requesting 5 total variances, and staff finds that the proposed ADU is planned for an unusually shallow lot with double frontage along a very prominent avenue adjacent to a commercial district. The proposal is consistent with Memphis 3.0 and adds density to a block of rear fence lines and garages with frontage along a major avenue. Due to the double frontage of the lot, the proposed rear ADU can be seen to relate more to the architectural context of this more commercial and diverse section of Peabody. The block of Peabody is anchored by the mid-century modern residence at Peabody and Florence and the early 20th century commercial properties at Peabody and South Cooper. The properties located directly across Peabody are either commercial or 2-story residential. Staff finds that the granting of this variance will not cause substantial detriment to the public good, be injurious to the neighborhood or the general welfare, and will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the development code. Staff recommends approval with 4 conditions. The ADU shall be architecturally consistent with the surrounding structures in roof form, exterior cladding, and window style. No windows besides clear story windows shall be permitted along the east side elevation. The applicant shall submit updated plans, and any change shall be submitted to the board for review.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Payne. Are there any questions for Ms. Payne? And Ms. Baker, you had pulled this case.
I did.
Did you have any specific things you wanted to ask about this?
Well, I had some about it. And, you know, I have a lot of concerns with it. I mean, did we want to hear from the applicant first? How do you want to do this?
That's totally fine. Yeah. Okay, if the applicant will come forward and give your name and address for the record.
John Welcher, 729 North Belvedere Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee, 38107.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, well, let me first start by saying thank you to the board and to the chairman. And thank you to Mr. Ragsdale and Ms. Payne for working with us. You guys were very patient, so we appreciate that. We do have a prepared presentation, but I'm happy to. Yeah, I don't mind. So yeah, to build on a lot of what Ms. Payne's already talked about, we think it might be helpful to start at the site plan and point out that this is moving closer to the street, and the reason that is because we feel like it creates a stronger community edge condition along Peabody, and as Ms. Payne pointed out, that is a busy throughway in the neighborhood. But we are heavily planting it, and we are also adding a pedestrian scale screening fence back to the property. So this wouldn't necessarily be right up on Peabody. And then moving on to the floor plans. The first floor, you would come off of a covered carport into a mud room. Then directly off of that is actually like a sort of a second living area. Again, with views out to the street, and then a small restroom. And then you would take the stairs up to the second floor, where there's a small dining, living, and kitchen area, and the main sleeping and main restroom area. And then off to the plan left is an outdoor seating area, again, looking out onto Peabody. And we feel all of this is really intended to create more of a community-focused building. And as Ms. Payne said, there are quite a few fences along this street. So really what you see when you go down Peabody are 8 to 10 foot wooden fences. So very quickly, sort of moving through the next couple slides, is really just context that echoes a lot of what Ms. Payne has already run through. So this is the intersection of Florence and Peabody. It's fairly overgrown on the left side of the street with screening fences and a brick wall at Florence and Peabody specifically. And then moving on, this is directly across from the proposed ADU. And again, these are structures that are significantly taller maybe than what you would expect on a small residential street, right? So these are at least 20 feet in height. But then to the left on the image is a commercial sort of maybe quasi mid-century sort of aesthetic. So there's a little bit of a mishmash going on in terms of the materiality and the aesthetic of that block. And then moving on from the opposite side of the street, looking at the subject property, this is what you see currently from what is, I think, Cafe Kio all the way to Florence. This is generally the street condition on that side. Again, 8 to 10 foot tall screening fences, some of them brick, some of them wood, although there is a small, what looks kind of like a gatehouse somewhere mid-block. So, and then moving on, as we get to the intersection of Cooper and Peabody, we have this early 20th century building. And then what's not shown is, obviously Slider Inn to the left and the sort of parking lot on the corner of Cooper and Peabody. And so from there, we kind of ended up back at the site. And this is where we started the design process in early spring, back when things were bare and you could sort of get a good view of the site. And so we've tried to be cognizant from the very beginning kind of what the context is, and everything that we've worked towards with the client and internally as a design office is really, if you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide, hopefully a catalyst for change along this frontage of Peabody, where this becomes more of an urban condition and more of a neighborhood condition and less of a screened condition. Now, we're only proposing one ADU at this point, but the hope is that in the future, maybe other neighbors and other people in the community would sort of jump on board with something like this. But even without the hypothetical future context, I think that we want to state kind of unequivocally that we're aware of the conditions that the staff has recommended, and we're ready to meet all of those conditions. And to address, I think, a community concern that we had received, there is a concern that this is an Airbnb, and I think that we want to state unequivocally that this is not an Airbnb. The client has no intention of ever having anybody but himself and his brother, who visits out of town. He's a FedEx pilot. And so sometimes his brother comes to visit and stays for a while. But the intent is that maybe one day his brother moves actually into the main house. And since the client's a pilot, he may use this as his main residence. But again, under no circumstances is this intended or thought of as anything other than a dwelling unit for the owner. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Ms. Baker? Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Well, I know I always bring this up, but I can't not bring it up. The requirement is hardship or at least practical difficulty. And you're saying that is unusual shallowness and the fact that it's double frontage. But if you could put up the map, I think you would see that condition goes all the way down to Rembert. Now, you're saying that you have visions that we would continue that all the way down to Rembert. But my main point of this is that, and the second part of the requirement is these are our regulations, that are in the Unified Development Code that we go by. The second step is, because of that unusual condition, the site can't be developed. It's a hardship to develop the site. Well, that can't apply to this. It already has a house on the front of it. It is developed. And so I don't always bring it up, but I don't really see how this particular case meets that requirement. And then the building is completely, and I know you focused on the few buildings that are different from the neighborhood and different from the house. It's on the front of the property and everything. But, if this starts, it could go all the way down to Rembert. Now, I think it's imperative upon us to think about it, widen that lens out, and think about what is this street going to be. On the other side of Peabody there, all of those new homes that have been built, they're not replicas of historic structures, nor should they be, but they still have the basic forms, which this building that is in our staff report, to me, is just totally out of character. So, if this gets approved, I would hope that and I know you have in the conditions that the staff would approve it, but I think it ought to come back to us, and so that we know what we're approving and what we're getting started on this street. And so on top of that, there's 2.7.2B3, 2.7.2D1, 2D4, 2D. I mean, there's so many variances here. It begs the question about, it's almost like we're changing the zoning is what we're doing via a variance. So I apologize. I am not against these granny flats or accessory dwelling units or whatever you want to call them. I'm not opposed to it. It disturbs me when we, don't follow the rules that we have, and then we tack on so many variances. So where I'm going with this in the end is that I hope, at the very least, if this gets approved, that it does not get approved unless that it comes back to us and we know what that building's going to look like, because there's a good chance that there will be more of them. And you start getting more and more. And yeah, there's some variation right there where you get to Cooper, but you keep on going down west, there's not as much. And that's where we're going. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
All right, I have a question for staff real quick. Can you again just go, Ms. Baker mentioned that there's 5 variances. Can you just list those out for us again real quick?
Sure. Do you want to know what they are as I list them?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
yeah, I'd
yes,
like
ma'am,
you
please.
to hear her. I was going to ask her that. Walk us through what all these are.
In your staff report, also starting on page 14, I go through each one.
Oh, perfect.
It's very long because there's a lot,
Yeah.
but I'll try to keep it short. But the first variance is paragraph 272B3. Accessory structures shall be at least 5 feet from the side and rear property lines. Any portion of accessory structure over 20 feet in height shall be located at least 20 feet from all side and rear property lines that do not abut an alley. For the purpose of this paragraph, height shall be measured from the highest point of the accessory structure. And for this, it's just over 28 and a half feet, and the structure sits 5 feet from all side and rear property lines. It gets a little tricky here because it doesn't abut an alley, it abuts a major road, which is what gives it double frontage, and muddies it, because does that mean it has two front setbacks, or does it mean that this is still an accessory structure that just happens to be on a double frontage lot? So it's not very clear exactly where it should sit.
Sure.
But for the purposes of this application, it's being considered an accessory dwelling unit. So the 5 feet is appropriate, but because it is 20 feet in height, that's what they're seeking the variance for. The next, do you have other questions about that variance?
I'm good on that one.
Okay. The next variance is item 272D1A. On residential lots of less than 10,000 square feet, no accessory dwelling unit may be constructed. And this lot is only 5,621 square feet, which is significantly less than that threshold. And I guess that's part of where the hardship comes in of being an unusually shallow lot, which I agree. I guess it's not so unusual for this block or this section of blocks, but for Midtown, it is unusually shallow. The next is paragraph 272D4. The height of the principal structure may not be exceeded by any accessory dwelling. The principal structure is only a single-story structure, so this proposed ADU at 2 stories, it will be taller. So that's an outright variance that they're requesting. But again, because of the small size of the lot and the frontage on Peabody, that's considered in my discussion, in my conclusions there. Sure. Paragraph 272D5, the accessory dwelling unit shall be architecturally consistent with the principal structure. And this principal structure is a historic Queen Anne cottage. This is decidedly inconsistent with the structure, and they are seeking a variance for that. I have a discussion of, there's no getting around it. It doesn't match the primary structure, but because it is located in the rear of the lot, and that is a more diverse section of Peabody, I think it should all be taken into account. But again, they're seeking a variance for that.
But let me stop you on that one real
Yes.
quick. But your condition really takes care of that, correct? So we really wouldn't be, if we used your conditions, we would not be granting 2.7. That one wouldn't be part of our approval. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation.
Okay.
I feel, and the applicant has agreed,
Sure.
to get rid of the metal siding, to do, I believe we talked about like hardy board, vertical hardy board, that seemed to work. I think that's appropriate for the district. This is a historic neighborhood, but it's not a landmarks district, so this would not be approved in a landmarks district. But it is a modern structure that would be, I feel like the metal siding is what is jarring to a lot of people when they look at it.
Sure.
I thought that would be an agreeable compromise, and the applicants were amenable to that. The roof form, they also agreed to decrease in height 50%. So it softened the original proposal to me, because the roof form is very modern, and that would remain metal and be in contrast to the fiber cement siding. And then some original plans included those double hung windows, and then they were swapped out for fixed or casement windows, but I asked if they'd be amenable to putting the double hung back in, which I think complements the historic character of their surrounding neighborhood much better. So I felt those 3 things really took care of that requirement.
Okay.
So that's my recommendation for that one. And we can also,
Mr.
solidify
Chairman.
that.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'd like to know what we're voting on, and I don't feel comfortable just having a set of conditions and having just the staff eyes on what gets approved. I would like it to come back here,
Okay, we can discuss that.
bottom line.
Okay, and then the last one?
Yes, there's one more. For 272D6, no windows besides clear story windows shall be permitted along any portion of the walls of an accessory dwelling unit that is within 10 feet and of a abutting parcel that is zoned single-family residential. So in the east elevation, there are the full height windows on the second story. The first story has the clear story, but the second story has full height windows. The bottom sash will have a privacy film on them, which I feel like meets the intent to prevent, a tall window looking right over to the neighbor's yard. But
Okay.
it can be enforced to be clear story as well. It's at your discretion. And I believe that's everything.
And it's also in the conditions as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of the applicant? Okay. All right, and again, I'm going to ask, is there any opposition to this case? Then I assume you are ready to discuss, so if we can get a motion to approve BOA 20-22-73 as conditioned by staff.
So moved. Second.
Okay, being moved and seconded. So I'll start the discussion with, Ms. Baker has mentioned she'd want a condition about it coming back here. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes sense, what you want makes sense. I don't think it makes sense as a condition. And the reason why I say that is it seems like what you would really want is a hold to see it as opposed to a condition, because we really wouldn't be, if we're not going to approve the site, we're not really approving anything. Does that make sense?
That's what I think is the right thing to do. Hold it, have them come back. I mean, you're talking about, the practical difficulty is you're stretching it, I think. And then so many variances and a building design that looks really out of place. And I know you have all these ideas about changing it, and I'm for you on that. I just like to see it. And so I would move that we hold this and put it on the next agenda. We'll have elevation that will not only work here, but can, blend if it keeps going down the street. And so that's what I would hope we would do.
Okay, so she's made a procedural motion to hold the case. Is there a second?
Second.
You moved and second. Is there discussion on the hold itself? Hearing none, I assume y'all are ready to vote on the hold. All those in favor of voting on a hold signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to a hold? Seeing none. So we've moved to held this case till the next meeting. You can come back with the design. We'll be able to really kind of better get into it. Hopefully it'll be a good design, of course, and maybe a short meeting as well. So thank you for waiting around to get a hold. So Mr. Ragsdale, will you call the next case, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have the next two cases we have discussed as being heard together. They are cases 26 BOA 22-082, 1532, and 1548 Poplar Avenue, and item 27 BOA 22-083. These are both appeals of an administrative decision, so they are the same appeal. So we discussed hearing these together, and we can, at your discretion, allow additional time. Since we are hearing them together, we will have separate votes on them, though.
Okay, very much. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Skinner, if you can give us a staff report on what's going on with this.
Yes, so I'm going to present both of these together since they're very similar. So we have here, again, BOA 2022-82 and 83, two appeals of an administrative decision regarding permitted uses at 1532 and 1548 Poplar for Friends for Life. So an aerial to sort of give some context of where we are. The purple stars are the subject property. So we're at Poplar between Williamson and North Willette Street on the north side. The appellants are the two properties that are the orange stars. So they are very close to the subject property. Zoning and land use, the current zoning is residential urban 3. It is also in the Evergreen Historic District and within Midtown Overlay. Obviously, very residential portion of this neighborhood. A few site photos. I'm sure many of you have driven by this site. Here's sort of from the back. It borders Williamson Park. There, kind of to the northwest of the property. To give a little zoning history context of how we got here, the site actually, according to the Sanborn maps, was residential at one point in time. Those were torn down, and this series of events sort of happened. So eventually, the site was filed in 1951 for a variance from the Baptist Brotherhood Commission to permit conversion of existing building for headquarters. That variance was approved. Several years later, in 1962, Baptist Brotherhood Commission filed a variance to add, it's a similar request to the 1969 request, I will go to. However, it was essentially noted that it was for a new entranceway to the building, and there was a time extension filed and thusly approved to allow them to file a building permit for that entranceway. 1969, pretty similar request to basically add the addition on to the east side of the building with a reduction in the required front yard facing North Willette. That was approved. And then in 2017, finally a separate applicant filed a use variance to allow office uses and indoor mini storage at the site, which was owned by Memphis Leadership Foundation at the time. Staff and the applicant struck the indoor mini storage portion of the request, and they kept the remaining portion of the request for office uses, and that variance was approved. So then, fast forward to present day, on May 9th, 2022, Division of Planning and Development wrote a zoning letter, ZB 2022-259, which was now thusly being appealed. So this is a lot of imagery. This was the approved site plan from the 2017 case. This is what we used to write the zoning letter for the site. It's super blurry, and I can happy to go into more further detail. I'm sure it will be discussed later on. A few conceptual renderings of what Friends for Life is proposing to do for the structure for their headquarters. A couple of conclusions, just sort of summarizing everything, but essentially the appellant is disputing or appealing the DPD's zoning letter based on grounds for 3 reasons: that the 2017 use variance had lapsed, number 1, that the 2017 use variance did not permit philanthropic use, and third and last, that the 2017 use variance does not allow for the uses intended by Friends for Life as either principal or accessory. We addressed those comments on pages 18 and 19 of the report. So essentially, the vote today is whether the previous variances allow a philanthropic institution with this also office use component to be allowed on the site. Again, I have my responses to the appellant's grounds if anyone would like me to go through those. But with that, we are recommending that the board take whatever action deemed appropriate. I'm available for
Would you mind going through your responses?
Sure. So yeah, the 2017 use variance had lapsed. Essentially, so what the appellant was, I'll sort of, I guess, summarize. I'm sure they will definitely go through it. But since there was technically no building permit or certificate of occupancy filed for the site after 2017, there are some notes that, with a variance, it can lapse after 2 years if no building permit or certificate of occupancy is filed. However, we were under essentially the opinion, the knowledge, or, well, not even really the knowledge, but it's hard to go back through these things sometimes, but that at the time, the Memphis Leadership Foundation and sort of the applicant that filed the 2017 variance, no one needed to file for a building permit because it was already an office building, and there was no certificate of occupancy needed because there was no real change in the sort of description of use or the grouping of uses. It was still some sort of an office use. So we deemed that the use variance had not lapsed. Number two, that the use variance did not permit philanthropic use. We felt given the literal first statement on the conditions that it did allow an institutional, i.e. not-for-profit and or philanthropic uses. And then number three, that the use variance did not allow the uses intended as either principal or accessory. We felt that given everything that had been approved on the site, given past tenants, that every use with Friends for Life would be approved under those previous variances.
Thank you very much. Ms. Savage Towns.
Mr. Skinner, real quick, was there any gap of time where the office was not in use during that, after 2017?
Right. To my understanding, Memphis Leadership Foundation was there until the end of 2018. And then Friends for there was a little bit of lapse of time, probably about 2.5 years, I believe.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, any other questions? All right, then we're going to move on to the appellant, and we're going to do 20 minutes if we need it for both sides to talk. Thank you. And so, Mr. Wardlaw, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Lou Wardlaw, 6410 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee.
Right. You're acting as an attorney on this, correct? So you go ahead and you can proceed.
Thank you. I represent Neil and Sarah Prosser, who along with Denise and Audrey Parker have appealed a certificate of zoning letter issued to Friends for Life by municipal planner Lucas Skinner, from whom you've just heard. The Prosser properties at 206 Stonewall and the Parker properties at 222 Stonewall. I'm going to talk to you for a bit today, and then Audrey Parker first, and then Neil Prosser are going to speak to you as the residents themselves. Friends for Life proposed in their zoning letter request, it's supplemental Exhibit 6 to the staff report, the following uses at 1548 and 1532 to be in this residential neighborhood: HIV treatment, gonorrhea, chlamydia, and hepatitis C testing, group therapy, mental health services, massage therapy and reflexology, medical case management, dental assistance, nutritional services, and a pharmacy. In addition to those uses specifically requested by Friends for Life, they have publicly announced the uses of the property as showers, washers, and dryers to be provided to FFL's clients experiencing homelessness, resource computers, a center with space to get warm meals and snacks, a teaching center where FFL clients can learn cooking skills, fitness equipment, exercise classes, and a full food pantry. The issue here before this board is not a referendum on the LGBTQ plus community or the laudable work done by the good folks at FFL in fighting AIDS and homelessness and drug use in the greater Memphis population. The issue is the purely legal question of the appropriate zoning uses for the residential properties. The zoning the neighbors have relied on in getting their properties and in living there. The property is zoned residential urban RU3. And a look at the permitted use table of the Unified Development Code expressly confirms that none of the uses proposed by FFL, as I've just stated, are permitted. It specifically says not permitted. The straightforward appeal before the board is that the proposed FFL uses allowed by the zoning letter are not permitted by the underlying zoning, any applicable use variances, or as non-conforming or grandfathered uses. To that end, the staff report correctly concludes that the board is voting on whether the uses proposed and blessed by the zoning letter are allowed. They're not. So a bit of history to tag along to what Mr. Skinner had said, and all of this is within the staff report. In addition to the RU3 zoning, there are several historical variances, some of which matter and some of which don't. In its application for the original 1951 use variance, which is at Exhibit 2, the Baptist Brotherhood submitted, quote, its work is solely and wholly of a religious and educational nature. On that basis, they requested and were granted, quote, a headquarters home, end quote, of the Baptist Brotherhood Commission. That 1951 use variance was granted, provided, however, that this variation is granted for the specific herein specified purpose, headquarters home, and and shall not otherwise be deemed to vary or modify any of the provisions of the zone ordinance applicable to these premises or any future development of said property. This variance simply allowed the owner to use the residential property for a religious headquarters. In 1962, a bulk variance was granted to, quote, build an addition to the existing building with reduction in front setback requirements. Later in 1968, the Baptist Brotherhood requested a proposed addition to the existing Brotherhood building, and a variance was approved in January of '69 to permit the erection of an addition to the existing institutional building with a reduction in the required front yard. These 1960s variances don't add any use rights that are irrelevant here. The only use ever approved has been for, quote, headquarters home. The current staff report confirms at page 15 that, quote, the structure has been vacant for several years, but has been several office uses through the decades. The staff report confirms again at page 18 that, quote, the relative classification of uses in the building has stayed the same throughout the tenure of the life of the building. Now, this won't come as a surprise to FFL or its representatives. In 2017, Cindy Reeves, from whom you'll hear in a moment, submitted a variance application on this same property for Memphis Leadership Foundation. The application and the resulting staff report were very clear that Memphis Leadership Foundation sought a, quote, use variance to allow office uses. The staff report confirmed that the subject property has been in use as an office or headquarter since the approval of the variance dating to 1951. Staff description of the use variance request was to include office uses other than institutional or not-for-profit offices. The signed application stated that the property consisted of a 3-story office building, and Cindy Reeves' letter of intent requested the variance, quote, in order to reuse the existing office building. As a result of the 2017 use variance request, this board passed a resolution that's its supplemental Exhibit 1, granting a very limited and conditional use variance. Now, you need to pay attention to this because the resolution passed in no way matches the plans that were later submitted. What you voted on doesn't match the plans. The resolution at that time stated, now therefore be it resolved that the application is granted for the requested use variance, provided, however, that the use variance is granted for the specific purpose herein stated, which was to include office uses other than institutional or not-for-profit offices. Your resolution went further and is left off of the plans. But the resolution voted on provided further that a building permit and or certificate of occupancy must be obtained within 2 years of the date of granting said use variance. It wasn't. You heard Mr. Skinner say that. There's records to that effect within the staff report. Despite being expressly required by the resolution itself, by section 9.19.3 of the Unified Development Code, which also spells it out, and by Articles 5.4 and 8.1 through 3 of the Rules of Procedure for this board, no certificate of occupancy has been obtained and no permit has ever been issued. The 2017 variance has forever expired by its own terms. Now, Mr. Skinner, with whom we've worked closely in getting our appeal before you, by his frank admission on page 18 of the staff report, says that he did not use the BOA resolution voted on by this board in his research for the zoning letter. Rather, he used the site plan, which is Exhibit 5, prepared by the developer, not signed by the zoning administrator, and which contains language that is not remotely close to the language voted on and approved by the resolution of this board. Again, that variance is not properly before the board and cannot control the use of the property. That brings us back to the question posed by staff as their final conclusion, whether the previous variances on this site allow the uses proposed by FFL, and the answer is no. But with that, rather than limiting the use to the office headquarters that was approved in 1951, the zoning letter blessed what it incorrectly and out of nowhere called a philanthropic institution with offices, and approved this residential neighborhood. In this residential neighborhood, the full listing of uses requested by FFL with no limits. Now, none of these services is associated with the historical use of the property, office building, by all accounts, even that of the developer, the FFL's representative. None of these uses can be found in any of the prior use variances. Headquarters home is what that said. None of these uses was ever considered by this board in 2017. Since 1951, up until roughly 2017 or 2018, several years now, this property has been an office headquarters. It lies vacant now. It's the position of my clients, and it's the position, I think, of the law and the rules and procedures of this board that Friends for Life can legally use the property for its administrative offices. We would welcome that, but not for the vast array of uses covered in their request, their public statements, and in the zoning letter. To vote anything otherwise would be to change the legal use of the property from office headquarters and to agree that by virtue of being a charity, not just a religious institution, any charitable company can do whatever they want in any neighborhood without regard for the controlling zoning laws. That can't be the case. With that, we respectfully request your positive vote on the appeal overturning zoning letter ZV 2022-259, and I'm going to invite back to the dais Dr. Parker. I'm available for any questions that any of you may have.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Wardlow? All right, not right now.
And I'd like to, I believe I have a couple minutes in rebuttal, if I may.
Yeah, you would have 2 minutes of rebuttal, and then depending on how much time y'all use. Okay, if you'll give your name and address for the record. Was it Dr. Parker?
My name is Autry Parker, 222 Stonewall.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Always.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to stay here from 2 o'clock till 5:30.
You're welcome.
Putting us last on the agenda, but I've learned quite a bit watching you guys. So I have the opportunity to speak for myself and many of my neighbors regarding what's about to happen behind us on Williamson Park. The most important issue for us is Williamson Park. As that aerial view showed you, that park is a jewel for our community. We all meet there, we all do everything we do there, but we also already have a problem with homelessness in that area. We're very close to Cleveland. We're well aware of what's going on here. I've lived in Memphis my entire life. I've lived in South Memphis, East Memphis, Cordova, and I moved to Midtown more than 4 or 5 years ago. I am not Pollyanna. I know exactly where I live in this community. I know what to expect. However, we don't want anything that's going to bring more vagrants and homeless to the park. That's just a fact. We are not against Friends for Life whatsoever. In fact, when I retire, I might even work with them. I mean, I think it's laudable what they do. However, our problem is you're attracting them to the residential neighborhood as opposed to providing services for the people where they are. You do not want to do that. Okay, that is our biggest complaint. I have no problem with none of my neighbors have any problems with what Friends for Life wants to do from an administrative standpoint, but what we don't want is for them to attract homeless, addicts to the neighborhood, and they're offering what they've said in their own specific statements in the commercial appeal is this is a dream come true for them. And they're going to be able to provide showers and all of these services to our neighborhood. And I don't think that's fair to us. And I'm going to yield the rest of the time.
Okay, are there any questions for Dr. Autry? I'm sorry, Dr. Autry Parker. Sorry about that. All right, see none? All right, thank you so much for coming down and waiting for us today. If you'll give your name and address for the record for us.
My name is Neil Prosser. I'm the property owner at 206 Stonewall, but live at 1803 Overton Park because we're renovating the house on Stonewall. So I appreciate y'all.
Let me swear you in real quick. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I appreciate your diligence here today. This is a lot of work. Y'all clearly I'd say earn your pay, but I suspect that would be not the right thing to say because you don't get paid anything. It's impressive how much time you put into this. We are here because we're very concerned about what's going to happen with our property and our neighborhood. We have no issue with Friends for Life coming and using the building. We just don't want it to be used for things that other than what it's always been allowed for within what is otherwise a residential zoning. The position that staff has taken here is radical. They have taken the position that because FFL is a nonprofit, a philanthropic institution, that it essentially can do anything it wants to on the property. Y'all have never been presented with any of the uses beyond office that FFL wants to partake of here. It is ironic because back in 2017, when Ms. Reeves was presenting the application for the developer who was wanting to buy the property if the rezoning happened, the two parts of that request were office use and mini self-storage, to use the building for indoor self-storage. The staff and Ms. Reeves, on behalf of her client, agreed that mini self-storage was too intense of a use for that property. How intense is what FFL is proposing now? And I can give you a glimpse of it, because while FFL is intending to ramp up their services, they've talked in terms of how they will be able to double their space and increase their services accordingly. What they have already told the neighborhood is sobering. Let me pass something up to the board members if I could. Maybe you could pass that out. And I'd like to make this part of the record. This is a summary of the next 3 pages that are attached. And the summary, or the 3 pages, is entitled Friends for Life Daily Activities. This is something that Friends for Life presented to the neighborhood maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. It goes through the various activities that they acknowledge here that they intend to do, and give head counts on the number of people that are likely to be served. And they give ranges. For example, they intend to run a food pantry on the property, and they estimate 20 to 30 people a day. You average that out per 22 working days a month, and you get to 440 to 660 people a month on the property. They have a positive living center that they want to operate with 30 people a day, a wellness university with 10 to 20 people, a medical case management for 10 to 15 people, housing, mental health services, a clinic and pharmacy, and then 50 staff members, and you're looking at 183 people a day on the property, not counting moving the supplies and food in. They talk in terms of distributing 25,000 pounds of food a month. All of this going on at the edge of our neighborhood, and me and my wife 3 doors down from it, adjacent to it. You're talking about better than 4,000 people by their conservative estimate of being on the property in a month. It will be an intense use of the property. And when 4 or 5 years ago, in 2017, a mini self-storage was deemed too intense. It's worse yet because another of the issues we have beyond the intensity of the use is the intention to serve a substantial homeless clientele. FFL has gone to great pains to try to minimize this. They've even said that only 1% of their clientele is homeless, equaling 30 people a month. The estimates that they gave the neighborhood, if you add those up and with the percentages of walk-ins, it's nearly 200 people a month just by their estimates. You look at their budget, FFL has almost $7 million a year budget. They can do things on a massive scale. They're not some church who has a neighborhood church who has a limited budget and a limited reach. They have a massive reach. the homeless that they serve are not just people who are down on their luck and need a simple hand up who can be helped easily. They focus on drug abusers. They focus on alcoholic issues. They focus on mental issues. Hardcore homeless that you're not going to be able to help easily. And to make matters worse, they intend, and they admit this in this handout, that whoever comes to FFL who's hungry will be fed. Well, that is laudable until you consider the ramifications of it. That's an incipient homeless shelter or food soup kitchen right there in the building. You begin serving whoever walks up, and you will have a line out the door. And where will those people go when they're not there at the facility? In the park right behind. So we have severe concerns about the usage of this, and a usage that's totally unapproved by this body, and according to the staff, will never have to be approved. As a nonprofit under the staff's definition, they will be able to do anything within their view of their mission with no oversight whatsoever. And that it throws the zoning laws out the window and means that we're subject to the whims of this charity, and by extension, every charity in the city will be able to do the same thing. So finally, we're concerned about crime. If we have a crime problem in Evergreen as it is. We've been broken into twice already this year, once by a homeless person who we found in the house on Mother's Day. You look at the statistics for crime in the neighborhood versus around FFL, and they're striking. I'd like to pass one other thing, please. 55 crimes reported in the last 12 months.
My timer's gone off. We've been 20 minutes.
Have I really?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you didn't go 20 minutes, but the two of you went, or the three of you went 20 minutes. So.
Okay. I would like this to be part of the record, just so y'all can consider.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we will take a look. And there will be rebuttal time of 4 minutes. So, okay.
I do appreciate y'all's time.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the opposition of this. Yeah, it gets confusing when it's an appeal.
This large, and this is double-sided.
Yeah. All right, Cindy, we swore you in earlier,
Yes,
so.
sir. Cindy Reeves, that's our consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks
20,
Drive, Suite 200. What is being passed out to y'all are several documents. One is, I'm going to give you a brief history. In August of 2017, Mr. Trip Tresvant, approached me and asked me to get additional uses for this building that he wanted to purchase. He was not giving up the philanthropic or the institutional uses. He wanted to add additional uses because it was a large building and he wasn't sure what he was going to be able to do with it, and he bought it as an investment. We went to the Board of Adjustment. We got approval for additional office uses, and it's very, very clear in the conditions that a use variance to permit office uses in addition to the institutional, i.e. not-for-profit and or philanthropic uses that have been permitted under prior Board of Adjustment actions per dockets 51-116, City 62-46, City, and 69-3, City is hereby approved, subject to an approved site plan and following additional conditions and limitations. And it adds the office uses, and it gives certain uses that are permitted in office that are not permitted in the building. And we came to agreement with that. And in no way did we intend or agree to get rid of the philanthropic or institutional uses that were already permitted on the site, because the previous tenant was going to remain in the building and be leasing that building, and that would have made them an illegal use. That was not the intention of the 2017 case. So I just wanted to make that extremely clear, that we did not file the office use to get rid of philanthropic and institutional. Friends for Life bought the building back in October of 21. They are proposing a $6 million improvement, alterations to the interior and to the exterior. And this will make a huge improvement to that area, to that building today and prior to today. And they have to actually have security guards at the building at night to keep the homeless out. But when they first purchased the building and started looking at it, that was a playground for the homeless people, and that's where they were going. So if Friends for Life doesn't just represent and help homeless people, they can help your neighbor, and your neighbor can benefit from their supportive services. District, who did indicate their support for this request. The request for you today is an expansion of uses for this site to office, as I have discussed it with you before. And then you go into the vote of the Board of Adjustment, and it passed with 7 ayes. There were no noes. There was no discussion of removing the institutional or philanthropic uses. That has never been the intent of this. That building was built for institutional and philanthropic uses, and we wanted it to continue to remain that, and also include some additional office uses. So the park belongs to the city of Memphis. It does not belong to Friends for Life, and it is the city of Memphis' responsibility to police that park. But Friends for Life is going to also help police that park, because they will have security cameras and they will have security guards that will help with the situation that the neighbors are currently and have previously experienced. So the property value should increase. $6 million in improvements in a building that's done nothing but go down since it's been unoccupied, and we feel that it is an extremely good use. When you go into the Unified Development Code and you look up the definition for philanthropic institution, it's an organization distributing or supported by funds set aside for humanitarian purposes. You also go under the definition of institution, a building occupied or operated by a nonprofit society, corporation, individual foundation, or governmental agency for the purpose of providing charitable, social, educational, or similar services of nonprofit character to the public. We also offer office uses. So we feel that our use for Friends for Life does fit this building and does fit the previous variances that were granted for this site. I would like to also read a statement from one of the neighbors. She had to leave at 4 o'clock today, but her statement says, "My name is Gretchen Larson, and I have lived in the Evergreen neighborhood for 3 years, just a few blocks from 1548 Poplar. I am here to speak in support of Friends for Life operating in this building. I believe having an occupied building with regular foot traffic adjacent to Williamson Park with all the employees, clients, and security, Friends for Life will actually be beneficial to the safety and well-being of our neighborhood. I believe the objections by my other neighbors are based on a willful misunderstanding of the services Friends for Life plans to provide. Regardless, people living with HIV or who are homeless or dealing with addiction deserve to receive care and services safely and with dignity. And that's what Friends for Life provides. It is our duty as citizens of this big, very troubled city to make space for that, even in our backyards. I support FFL for operating at the site under the current zoning variance in place." That's from one of the adjacent neighbors. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. In order to save some time, I'm going to let Diane do with Friends for Life.
Okay. All right, if you'll give your name and address for the record.
Thanks.
Diane Duke, 116 South Front Street, Memphis, 38103.
Yeah. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Duke.
So Friends for Life has been a vital part of the Memphis community since 1985. Our mission is to prevent the spread of HIV and help those who live with HIV live well. We do this through education and outreach for people who are HIV negative, to keep them from contracting the virus. We also work with people who are HIV positive to remove the barriers to access to care. After a 2-year struggle of looking for buildings, I have probably looked at about every vacant building in the city and trying to find the right home for Friends for Life. We were really excited when we stumbled upon the 1548 property. I was driving by it and I saw that for lease sign that I'd seen a million times, and I'd driven by that building a million times and thought Friends for Life would be great there. And so I just finally called my real estate agent and said, see if he'll be willing to sell it to us. And he said, I don't think he will. But I said, just call him. So he called Tripp, and Tripp was amenable to selling us the building. And so we were delighted. And so after a 2-year struggle, we found the perfect building. We did the due diligence. We checked on the zoning for the building, and we found out that, yes, this building is a place that we could be. So we were so excited. We have grown. Our staff has grown. We've doubled in size. We kept growing through COVID. While we all worked at home, we didn't really have enough space for all our staff to keep come back to our space. So we're really excited to be a part of the neighborhood. We love the Evergreen Historic Neighborhood. We've talked to the board. I've had a number of meetings with the executive committee. We gave the executive committee a tour of our building just a few weeks ago. So we've been working with the neighborhood, and we're really excited. And this is why we were so distressed and disappointed when we found out that there were a couple neighbors who were going through the neighborhood, putting misinformation about us and documents in mailboxes of the people in the neighborhood, and knocking on their doors and spreading misinformation. And so we were really disappointed and upset about that. But in response to this and to that activity, we created a couple documents. And so actually, I thought it was kind of humorous that actually you already have this document, because the document that Neil Prosser gave you, I supplied to you, because we're not ashamed of what we do. We're very proud of the activities. The executive committee, when we gave them a tour of our building, said, so tell us exactly what you do here. So they gave us some questions in writing, and we wrote back, here's what we see. Here's what we're going to be seeing. And so we have 90 parking spots that go with this building. So the volume of people coming to this building, we're not going to fill that parking lot. We're going to be, and I've already spoken to the neighborhood community saying, in the evenings when we're not there, you guys can use that parking lot. We want to be part of the neighborhood. We've got a community room that we're going to be able to share with the neighborhood, so we're really excited to do that. But with that misinformation that was spread, so you've got these documents. So you've got the one that Neil and I both gave you. You've got the myths versus facts, because these people came out of the woodwork, people from the neighborhood who we've never met. And I actually never even met Gretchen Larson, so it was great. I saw her for the first time today. Came out of the woodwork to talk to us, and they were giving us these documents that were being spread around. And so we did a myth versus fact. Here's what was being said. Here's what is the actually true. So if you want to go through those, and just a general overview of what Friends for Life does. But if you want to get in and really have a clue and understanding, we went word by word and worked through what Friends for Life does. The daily activities, that is exactly, I handed that out and I'm not ashamed of it. That is what we do. Now, I'm not going to go through this word for word because you guys have that in front of you, but what I do want to address is I want to address the stigma that is coming out from what they are spreading around the homelessness and the drug addicts. This could be the face of Friends for Life. That could be the face of Friends for Life. Your face could be the face of Friends for Life. So understand that HIV does not discriminate. Each and every person in this room represents one of the faces of HIV. What is problematic here is that in Memphis, we are number 5 in the nation of new transmissions. And we're number 5 in the nation of new transmission because of stigma. People are afraid to get tested, and they're afraid to get treated because they don't want to have this kind of label, the kind of label that has been put on them by Neil and Mr. Prosser and Mr. Parker, Dr. Parker, on them. only 7% of our clients are addicts. Only 1% self-report. I went back to my staff and said, is that accurate, do you think? And we said, well, we'll say as much as 2% of our clients are homeless. We work to help people with homelessness who are HIV positive, and we have programs all over the city where we house people. We lease apartments and sublease to them. What has been spread is that we're going to be having a homeless shelter, and that is not true. We're not going to have people spending the night. There will never be a person spending the night in our facility. They're saying that we are bringing drug addicts in. We do work with needle exchanges because needle exchanges is a way to get HIV, but we do that from our Haven site. We have our staff from our Haven site go out to the needle exchanges that are in the community. We will never have a needle exchange at our building. So none of the things that are being said about us are true. And what they are doing is, what it does is it spreads the stigma. And that's why people are dying in Memphis of AIDS, because we're number one in the nation of AIDS diagnosis. So shame on you for bringing that up and spreading that stigma. So we are excited to be part of the neighborhood. We will be added a wonderful benefit to that community. And we urge you to reject this appeal. Thank you.
All right.
I just want to put it on the record that we do support the staff and their opinion on the zoning for this site. And we have several letters of support and a petition. And now I'm going to let Chooch Pickard talk.
Chooch Pickard, 865 Kensington Place, 38107.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
The UDC is very clear about the difference between philanthropic institutions and social service institutions. Social service institutions primarily serve addiction and homeless services. That's a very clear distinction in the UDC that is codified in the UDC. The appellant is conflating the services that Friends for Life provides in order to convince you that we are a social service institution. And that's just not the case. We fit, by definition, everything they do fits a philanthropic institution. And the 1951, 69, and 2017 variances allow for philanthropic uses, which Friends for Life provides. The neighbors don't get to interpret the UDC, this body does. Excuse me. Just a couple. This thinly veiled expression of homophobia is exactly why Friends for Life is needed to fight the stigma surrounding HIV. Two neighbors have exaggerated and twisted the types of services that Friends for Life provides. They do not primarily serve homeless people. Less than 2% of their clients that come in suffer from homelessness. And what Diane did not share is that the first thing that they try to do is actually find people homes through their Scattered Sites program. They're actually fighting homelessness more than any of the social service institutions in this city by what they do. Because fighting HIV is this holistic approach where you, in order to keep people undetectable and not spreading HIV, you do need to find them a home. You need to find them a job. You need to keep them healthy, eating. And that's the important thing that they do here. But it's not serving homeless people. Their lies about Friends for Life have riled up and confused neighbors as to what Friends for Life is planning to do with the property. Friends for Life serves an incredibly small number of clients serving with homelessness and addiction, certainly less than McDonald's serves just a couple of blocks away. Are we going to start telling businesses who they can and cannot serve just because it makes a few people uncomfortable? I've heard of no protests against Trinity Methodist, who literally buses homeless people into the heart of the neighborhood, or against Memphis Leadership Foundation, who brought convicted felons into the neighborhood. Friends for Life provides life-saving services to clients who live in this neighborhood. Clients of Friends for Life live in this neighborhood. The behavior of these couple of neighbors towards Friends for Life is incredibly disappointing during this month of Pride. Thank you.
Questions? How much time do we have left? There's 3 minutes and 42 seconds for anybody else speaking in favor of this, or you can.
to save some of the board's time.
Well, I don't,
we're
okay,
finished.
so yeah, we can't retain the time.
We don't
but
want to
okay, just
retain
making
it.
sure,
I mean,
okay.
we feel that we have given you enough information in order for you to make an informative decision, and
Okay.
we support staff.
All right, so we have 4 minutes of rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'll point out that McDonald's is in a commercial zone, and the analogy is inapplicable. I won't address the personal attacks because, as I said, we're here on a legal matter, not an emotional one. The 1951 use variance allowed a headquarters home. That's the words used of the Baptist Brotherhood Commission. Webster's Dictionary defines headquarters as the administrative center of an enterprise. Ms. Reeves talked over and over again, relied almost exclusively on the 2017 order. She used the words philanthropic. Other folks used the word philanthropic over and over. The word philanthropic, folks, does not appear in the 2017 resolution. It is not in there. It never appears. This board never heard the word philanthropic. This board never voted on the word philanthropic, and the word philanthropic isn't in the resolution. If you ask Mr. Skinner about that, he would tell you as well. The resolution and the site plan created by the developer simply don't match. What was voted on this board is not reflected in the site plan, which is not signed by the zoning administrator, and which does not carry the weight of law. Furthermore, the word philanthropic was not used in 1951. It doesn't appear anywhere. The word philanthropic was not used in 1962, 1968, or 1969. The word philanthropic use appeared first on a plan that does not bear any indicia of the vote and the resolution of this board. The word philanthropic is not before this board. It was pointed out that it's a couple of neighbors. You have before you a couple of homophobic neighbors. They're bad actors and they're scared of what's going on. They both passed up, both FFL and my clients passed up the uses being done. They're not hiding the ball in the uses. It's a massive use in a residential neighborhood. In addition to Dr. Parker and Mr. Prosser, there were also 21 opposition letters included in it. It's not just them. It's them relying on the zoning that is the law of this piece of property. And with that, I believe Dr. Parker had one or two words he wanted to say. I'll sit down until you have any questions for me.
You have a second? I had not really planned to even come here today, but what I cannot sit here and take is this conflation of if you're against the use of this property means that some kind of way I'm homophobic. My God, if we're against the use of the property in this manner in the neighborhood means that we hate gays or that is just ridiculous. And that's embarrassing and it's ridiculous, okay? We're not here because we dislike gays or even, I applaud Friends for Life. What I don't want is for them to bring this high-use process into a residential neighborhood. I am not the only one who feels that way. And like he said, there are over 21 other letters that you've gotten from the neighbors in the neighborhood. You can come and do anything you like here that does not impact the neighborhood in that manner. We attempted to call them, to talk with them. I was one of the first people who met with them. I'm on the Evergreen Historic Board. Okay, I was there when they met with us. They have not been forthright with what they have been telling you guys. It has not been, the board has not supported them. Okay, what we want from them to do is to let us know that they're not going to negatively impact the neighborhood. All those other services they're talking about are fine. But the services that we're most concerned about are those that are going to bring homeless, addicts. Yes, it's only 2% of what you're doing now, but you've already said you plan to expand those services. Okay? Those are the things that that we don't want to deal with. And the personal tax, you just gotta let that go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Okay, are there any questions of anyone? Mr. Jackson.
I have questions of staff.
Okay.
And Mr. Skinner, the Brotherhood Commission, who originally I take it, built the building and owned it for an extended period of time. Did the staff do any research on what actually took place in that building from a land use perspective?
There wasn't a lot to really find. I tried to Google a little bit on who they were, what they were. There wasn't a lot to find or read about. The only slightly informative thing that I could find was, just the article that I put in the staff report. Or my staff report, I put it in there because I just thought it was the only thing that gave any clue as to what they did or what missions they provided and all that stuff.
And summarize that for us, if you would, just in your own words.
So essentially, the building was used as a headquarters, which then, I guess over a long period of time, they started sort of creating all these different arms for these missions that they were providing. I have no idea what the individual missions necessarily did, but the building, I guess, sort of was a national headquarters for everyone to kind of come in and, have a central location to think and, sort of provide for these different missions. They just kept saying the word missions, that they were, providing for the different help that was going on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a few questions as well. Okay, just so I'm clear on staff's position. In 2017, it talks about, on the site plan, it mentions philanthropic uses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, again, define for me what uses are considered philanthropic uses?
Yes, I have the 3 tables.
Right.
Which I find that table reading under community, it's under community service, but provides a much better verbiage and language. On page 17 of the report, uses of a public, nonprofit, or charitable nature providing ongoing public safety, educational training, counseling to general public on a regular basis, without a residential component, minus the fire stations. So it gives the principal uses, accessory uses allowed. The UDC definition of philanthropic institution is far vaguer. Granted, is the UDC definition, right? So when I went to write the letter, this was literally the table that we sat and used in the determination.
Okay, so what you looked at, just so I'm clear, the accessory uses under community services, right? Because philanthropic's listed there. We also are good on office, so those accessory uses, and you determined that the uses that they're doing there fit in those categories.
Right. Well, and I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
There are not many, I've written a lot of zoning letters, and there are not many conditions that are that incredibly specific that you come across.
Sure.
So the second that I came across those conditions, of course we looked into it, had several meetings with people above me to ensure that I was trying to look at everything correctly. But that was really the first light bulb in my head that, there was obviously some thought from the 2017 case looking forward.
Okay, and then in the zoning letter, you said that philanthropic uses were allowed, correct?
Right, correct.
So if there's uses that are happening there that aren't under those lists, they just can't happen, but the ones that are can.
Correct.
Right, so let's say, for example, your letter has nothing to do, let's say there was a shelter there. That would not be allowed. Your zoning letter is still good.
Correct.
Correct, because you're not saying everything you ever do there is right. You're saying these are the things you can do because it's philanthropic.
Right, I did review, they
Sure.
provided the program overview, and
Sure.
I made sure I went through that with a fine-tooth comb, but yes.
But I guess what I'm getting at is my understanding of what we're doing here today is determining whether or not when y'all said it was philanthropic, was it philanthropic?
Correct.
right? Not what they may do and who may be in the park and any of that. It's just the zoning letter. Was that correct or not?
Right.
Based
and that's
on
a good point. I mean, when we do a zoning letter, I mean, this is not a zoning letter. So
Right.
I don't review safety and other, it's impossible to do that. So yes, I took the information that I had at my disposal, primarily on the S drive, from all the previous cases. But yes, it was initially and definitively the specificity of the language of the 2017 case that led me to the decision.
And the site plan, I can't read the site plan.
It's
but the site plan also mentioned philanthropic.
correct.
Okay, all right. That to me is there may be other things that they can complain about or sue or this isn't being done correctly, but our decision is whether or not philanthropy is allowed there.
Correct. If any other philanthropic institution was before this, we would do the exact same review.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not deciding what they're doing. Okay.
Correct.
Just making sure I understood. Any other questions? Or good, go ahead.
I'm just making sure I'm clear, Chairman, that when we voted 2017 on that variance, that site plan as presented, and I think that's what we're confirming, I'm just making my head clear. The site plan said philanthropic activity.
That I don't know. I know that the final site plan said it. I can't read it to know. But I'm assuming that's the case.
I'm sorry, you're saying in 2017, no, it did not. It was for office, but it was from the conclusions in the report that, for the previous cases where the philanthropic came about.
So we were including in that variance, I'm just, again, trying to make sure my mind is clear. So when we approved the site plan and all the supplemental documents, was there anything in any of that described any services as philanthropic, or did that come later as an administrative approval? I guess I'm trying to figure out the distinction of what we approved as the board and then what was kind of added administratively.
Right, so the office 2017 tacked on top of previous already headquarter philanthropic uses, which is why Don explicitly gave like that first blurb on office uses in relation to IE, et cetera, and then the 6 conditions. So no, I mean, the original request in 2017 was to have office uses with potentially, the indoor mini storage. They struck the storage and kept the office.
Right.
And as sort of in any other, if there have been several other variants, we kind of try to add in everything that had happened before. So the 2017 was essentially the culmination of adding office uses on top of the already previously approved philanthropic uses.
So we're saying that we were grandfathering those. I guess I'm trying to figure out if we had a gap of time of usage, if we had, we approved that variance, because a lot of times, a lot of our variances are, they die, they're dead, or when they come back to us, it's either to renew, a non-conforming use or something like that. So I'm trying to get in my head, at the time we voted, was that philanthropic term?
Well, Memphis Leadership Foundation owned the building at the time when that case happened.
Okay. So
and once a variance is given, unless we sunset it, it doesn't matter if they stop using it. Okay. So we don't have it's not a legal non-conforming, it's varied where it is allowed.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's Mr. Jackson.
So my question is, prior to 2017, are there any records that you were able to encounter that use the word philanthropic with that site?
The 51 case.
That says Because you see, here's what I'm driving at, and I'm going, if I may just, we're not in discussion yet, are we?
We're not in discussion.
I'll
We
hold
can go
off
to
till,
discussion.
I'll hold off till we get there then.
Are there any other questions before we go to discussion? All right. If somebody could give us we're going to vote on one case first. We got to vote on them separately. So a motion to, now we're going to, the motion to approve the appeal of 20-22-82. So if we vote yes for that, we'd be voting with the appellant that is not wanting the philanthropic use in there, just so we're clear on that.
Okay.
So we're voting to?
A vote in the negative would support the zoning letter.
Okay.
Okay. And is there a motion to approve BOA 22-0082?
So moved. Second.
Okay. All right. And now is there discussion?
I have no discussion on the first part.
Okay.
Because I would like to hear, well, let me get into it. Let me just get into it. You know, one of the things I was doing here, as I wasn't on my phone, is I was researching the Baptist Brotherhood Commission and their structure from the time they were at least recorded in 50, 51, 52, and what their mission was. And this is just quick as I could, but what I uncovered their mission was they were under the Southern Baptist Convention, and they were headquartered here and only administered. They did not have on site, from what I could read, any type of services they offered. They were in charge of administering missions for the Southern Baptist Convention to boys and men in education and reading and all sorts of things. But they did not offer those services on site. And in looking at it from the time they had the building, it appears that they never had that on site. It was just their offices and headquarters from which they operated out of and sent policies out to all the different churches within the Southern Baptist Convention. One. The next thing I did was I looked at Leadership Memphis, and I looked at what their mission was. Their mission is to train leaders for, basically I'm ad-libbing, but to train leaders with regards to Memphis. So I'm trying to determine how the leap is made from philanthropic services related to what is in the letter relative to Friends for Life and what they're seeking to do on that site. And I can't find the connection, because in order to make that connection, we would have to understand what the Memphis, I think we would have to understand what the Memphis zoning regs was in 5051 with regards to philanthropic. Now, if we can find that and come up with what that means, we might have a leg to stand on. But as I see it, I don't think the zoning letter in which OPD wrote is correct. I think that there was a leap of faith or an assumption made that the philanthropic aspects of the Brotherhood was related to all these different services that they gave out, and it wasn't. So I'm trying to find where this has taken place in this building before, and I can't find that. And I'm thinking that that should have been part of, and I know, finding historical records like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I can't find out where that is. Now, granted, I spent 15 minutes, maybe or 10 minutes looking for it. But if it doesn't say that, and when we voted in 2017, I say we as a board, and it was not understood that all that list of what I deem to be social services provided, whether it's provided from an entity for profit or it's provided from an entity that's not for profit, those are social services. I can't see where it existed at that site. So I'm trying to find out how it's now tagged to that site in 2017. I can't find that. Can you help me with that?
Well, I cannot currently. However, I was agreeing with John Jones's assumption that was made in 2017 based on the information he had. So I was going based off everything he had said.
Gotcha. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because what I did hear you say was that the board had recommended one thing, and after it left this board, it was added to.
Exactly.
by OPD, these other things. Now, that gets me back to the point I have been saying, and that's why I've been abstained relative to the meeting minutes. If meeting minutes are not thorough, I'm not fussing at anybody, I'm just saying, if meeting minutes are not thorough, and it's not exactly what this board says, we can't go back and define what that is. That's why a disposition letter, in my opinion, needs to be approved with the meeting minutes in order for us to have a solid leg to stand on with regards to what we intended that to be. Now, bring it back full circle. I don't know how we get to where we are, but that link between philanthropic services relative to what's listed by the ownership of the building now, I don't see how we get there. I just don't see it. And I am not against people with HIV, I'm not against homeless people and none of that. I have no issues with that whatsoever. I think that social services need to be provided. I think that they need to be taken care of. But we also have to be fair to what we're looking at relative to land use law. And I don't see it at that structure. Now, if you can find it at that structure, I got a better leg to stand on, but right now I ain't got that. That's my soapbox.
All right, give me a second. Or any other questions or comments while I'm reading through this?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why, I just feel like I have to say this. This is just a tough up or down question for me because, I agree with both sides, to tell you the truth, in many ways. And thank you, Mr. Jackson, for that. I think it really helped. And a zoning letter, that's just not a very good way to allow something of the magnitude, of what this may be. And so all I'm thinking is, however this turns out, it seems like there might still be some grounds for the two sides to come together and agree on something in the future that could be like a separate application or something. Just throwing that out there.
I have a question for you, Mr.
I couldn't help but.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I'm looking through, and I completely understand what you're saying about you took the staff report from 2017. Are you, in your mind, is the not-for-profit and philanthropic somewhat analogous or similar to each other? Because I know Don talks about, he's talking about the office use. I get why we didn't have a specific condition on it, because he was saying it's already allowed to do, in his mind, in 17, it was allowed to do institutional and not-for-profit. Is that to you the same as philanthropic?
That's how I was analyzing it, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I get that connection there.
And Mr. Chairman, we don't actually use not-for-profit in that table. We use philanthropic. So
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Any other questions or comments or discussion?
How do the votes go? A yes is approve the appeal. A no is don't approve the appeal. Is that right?
A no would be, just to be real, yes is for the neighbors, no is for Friends for Life. And so any other comments? Okay, I assume you're ready to vote. So we are voting on BOA 22-82.
And Mr. Chairman, I did want to note that Ms. Doss had to recuse herself from this, is why she's not here, but we do seem to be missing our vice chair. Do we want to hold off for a minute to
we may want to
have
do
her
that
as part of the vote? Because she was here.
Yes, she was. I think she just ran to the restroom.
So I would hate to move forward and then.
Yeah. Any other thoughts while we wait? Okay. There's nothing better than being the person waited on.
So nice of you.
So we're about to vote, just so you know, and you probably can hear.
You made it 4.5 hours, so that was
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Ragsdale, if you'll give us a roll call vote, and just to be sure, the easy way to think about it, a yes vote is a vote in favor of the appeal by the neighbors. A no vote is a vote in favor of in favor of Friends for Life.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
although what we're really voting on, to be clear, is whether or not the zoning letter using the term philanthropic was accurate. That's what we're really voting on.
correct. All right. Mr. Melasry?
No.
Mr. Claybrook?
No.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Sir, I need a point of clarification. You said a yes vote is for the neighborhood and a no vote is for Friends for
A
Life.
yes vote would be in favor of the appeal that the zoning letter was not accurate.
Yes.
Ms. Scurlock?
No.
Ms. Chair Savage Towns?
Yes.
Chair Rainey?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so now we need a motion to approve BOA 20-22-83.
So move.
Second. Is there any discussion on this case?
Clarify that for me
Yes, sir.
also, please.
Okay, the exact same vote. There were just two appeals made, but it was the same purpose of the appeals.
Okay.
So you would you don't have to, you'd likely vote in the same way you voted the last time.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ragsdale?
Mr. Claybrook?
No.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Melasry?
No.
Ms. Scurlock?
No.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes.
Chair Rainey?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, thank you all for coming down and waiting. I know it's been a long day for all of us. Mr. Ragsdale, will you call did we ever get anything about case number 7?
We did, he is here, but I do believe that we do have one more case before that.
Okay, so let's do that.
We'll hear that one, and then we'll jump back to 7, and maybe be out of here by 7.
Okay.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Okay, next to the last case is BOA, it's item number 28, BOA 22-084, 4192 Glenroy Drive.
Okay, is the applicant present? Is this the applicant here? Okay, is the opposition present? No rejection. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Davis, you give us a brief staff report on this one.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Brett Davis, Division of Planning and Development, case number BOA 22-84. The location is 4192 Glenroy Drive. The owner and applicant is Mr. Anderson, who is with us. The request is a variance from item 3.2.9E4B to retroactively allow a covered, unenclosed porch within 5 feet of side and rear property lines. The property is about 1/4 acre in the residential 10 single-family zoning district. So this property is in unincorporated Shelby County, the Richwood area, just east of the city boundaries. Here's that subdivision plat. The subject lot is highlighted in yellow. Here is an aerial photograph. This is the structure we're looking at, or at least a former iteration of it. Whether it's a covered deck or a porch, we're calling it a porch because it's attached to the structure and it's covered. If we called it an accessory structure instead, a covered deck, we would still run into the same 5-foot issue, although it would be a different provision we'd be talking about, but in effect, same result. Here's the land use map, so it's all single family for as far as the eye can see. And here is a photograph I took of the house. Over here, you do see that covered porch. A number of photos were submitted by Mr. Anderson in his letter of intent. as well as in a letter of opposition submitted from a neighbor who owns this house. So take a look at your staff report if you haven't already for more photos of the structure. Here's the site plan / survey. So the structure has been built, was built without a permit. So the survey reflects what's there and what is desired. And we see that to the north, it is about 3 feet from the property line. It runs underneath an MLGW overhead wire. Apparently there's no utility easement here, according to this survey. But that is worth pointing out. Ms. Wilson right here of lot 134 is the party that submitted a letter of opposition. She could not be here today, but I did take her letter into account in our analysis. And then over here on the east side, the rear property line, there's also an encroachment into that 5 feet. So in conclusion, looking at the second bullet point, Mr. Anderson has argued that his narrow backyard is an unusual physical characteristic that merits variance. We do agree the backyard is quite narrow, but we do not find that it is exceptionally so when compared to other properties in this district. And I call out the map on page 5 of your report. The basic purpose of zoning law is to protect properties from nearby nuisances in a systematic way. This provides property owners a degree of predictability regarding land use in their vicinity. Ms. Wilson, the neighboring property owner closest to the porch, has submitted a letter of opposition, arguing that the covered porch drains stormwater into her property, as well as impinges on her privacy. It is a raised platform. Out of respect for the protections afforded to Ms. Wilson by the UDC, as well as the lack of undue hardship associated with an exceptional physical characteristic, staff is recommending rejection. We do point out that if rejected, there are ways to potentially bring the porch into compliance and receive a permit without a variance. For example, the cover could be removed, converting it to a deck, which is subject to no limitation in the rear and side property setbacks. There is no setback for a deck, or the size could be reduced and just bring it out of that range of the 5-foot setbacks. We do have 4 conditions we're recommending if approved, which include the installation of a fence of high quality to provide screening from those 2 neighbors, that the porch may not drain into adjacent properties, that is open-ended but is meant to provide protection, and also that Mr. Anderson received written permission from MLGW to be under the utility pole. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Davis? You may have said this. Do you know the dimensions of the deck roof area?
The height?
No, just the total size of the deck, that's covered.
Good question. I should know that. I don't off the top of my head, and it's not labeled on this survey.
It's more than 15 feet, to the back, it looks like.
Yes, it's more than 15 feet.
Yeah, I bet he knows. So, okay. All right, any other questions? All right, if the applicant could come forward, please. If you'll give your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Zachary Anderson. My address is 4192 Glenroy Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125.
Great. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I lived at this address for 17 years, and I didn't intend to break no law, either try to hurt or injure anyone. I only built this deck because, my wife became ill, and she retired law enforcement, and also myself, I retired U.S. Army. And I built this deck for comfort to my home, so we can enjoy in the backyard. For one, we never had much time in the backyard because of our yard. It is always wet, saturated with, when it rains, and we just never back there. And so we both decided to build this deck. I look around, I contact several contractor, and I found one, and they charged me a lot of money to build this. I spent roughly altogether about $26,000, and I talked to them about the requirement, do I need our permit? They honestly told me I did not need permit. They honestly told me that, and never had a structure built before. You know, I went along with it, and we proceeded to build this deck, and pandemic hit. It is still unfinished. As of right now, we never enjoyed this deck. It's been almost going on 2 years. And they couldn't get the material, and so right when the material came to the house, the day before, code enforcement had cited me to stop work. And so that's what brought me here today. I'm requesting for a variance so I can correct what I didn't do right in the first place, but I'm willing to go back and, I don't know, to do what required of code enforcement and required of my neighbor and do the right thing. And that's what brought me here today. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is the guy that's building the deck, is he still around at all?
One of them not around, but the main guy that built the cover, he's still around. He's still around. And as of today, I talked with him when I got cited. He said that he still don't need, I know it was wrong with him. We don't need a permit because it was an enclosed building.
Yeah. I'm not a building permit expert. We do a lot, a lot of stuff we do up here, just so you know, they tell us what we're talking about. We don't know all the rules. We got to learn the rules. And I think anytime you have a cover on something, it needs a building permit. And I wish he'd known that, and that would have saved you a lot of time and heartache on this.
At the time, but now I know now.
Let me ask you a couple other questions. When you come out the back door of your house, do you have to step up onto the deck, or is it like flush with is it the same level as your house, or does it go up?
I step up probably a foot.
Yeah, man. This is one of those deals that, correct me if I'm wrong, the way to get this under code is to come.
The utility pole would not be an issue if it were meeting the 5-foot setback.
Right, it wouldn't go over that corner.
Or remove the cover. Those are two ways to reduce the size or remove the cover would both bring it into compliance and make it permissible.
If he moved it and came within the 5 feet, he just needs to get a building permit for that, and he can have a cover up to the 5 feet.
That is correct.
Yeah. Any other questions of the applicant?
I have a question. When I was looking at this report, and the thing that affected me the most was how you look right into the backyard of the person next door. And I kept thinking, well, could you just wall that off with something, that end of the deck, so that you wouldn't be looking right down into her backyard? I mean, it still wouldn't cure the drainage issue, but maybe that could be cured in another way. So I'm just wondering if you went back and talked to her about that. Maybe you could reach an agreement with her, given a little bit more time. That's what I'm thinking of.
You're thinking some sort of lattice work and greenery, that just something that just softens that.
Yeah,
does a wall and like a soft wall.
I have a friend who lives on McLean, and their backyard, I don't know what is beyond what they have. They have this real tall fence all around it. And it could be anything back there. You wouldn't know it, but you go out on their back deck and it's cool. It's all enclosed, and they have plants. And so, I don't know whether that would be able to make peace with her or not, but it's something to try. And then we could look at it again, maybe.
Yeah. Let me ask you a couple more questions. The suggested condition was a 9-foot fence. Could he just put a 9-foot, like normally, would you be able to build a 9-foot fence by right? Or is that too tall?
Yeah, that's the maximum allowed.
That's the max you're allowed. So that is allowed by code. Yeah. Anything taller is spike fence, I guess.
Yes.
That's what we, okay.
And so I want to correct myself.
Sure.
This might be subject as a porch to more than a 5-foot setback in the rear. So porches are allowed to encroach 8 feet, into the any setback as long as they have at least 5 feet from a property line. So here, I think the setback would be 15 feet in the rear. So they would get, in the rear at least, not the side. It might be further than 5 feet that they would be required to be.
Mr. Anderson, how far does your porch go off the back of the house towards that back fence? How wide is it there?
It's, I think it's 21.
That's what I was kind of thinking on that. So what I think might be a good idea is what Ms. Baker suggested.
Yes,
We could hold it. Maybe we can do something that's not as expensive where we don't have to completely do it the 5 feet and the other. But what I'd want to probably see is that neighbor saying, okay, that makes sense. Let's do that. And then maybe, because you're on the other neighbor too, that I don't know if they've mentioned anything, the one in the back.
Okay, those other neighbors, I talk with them.
If they're okay, then like having something from them, hey, I own this house, I'm fine with this, would probably go a long way for us being able to maybe approve something. I mean, it is a small backyard, but with it being over those fences, I'm doing something right now, and my guys kept trying to tell me to do a deck, and it was going to be higher than this one, just the way my house sits. I was like, I want to be below the fence. I don't want my neighbors to. I like my neighbors. We get along really good. I just didn't want them to think I was looking over the fence in their yard. So, and then I would also so I think I'm going to suggest to go with Mary's suggestion of a hold. I talked to that contractor. He didn't do you right, and he needs to somehow make it right. You paid him a lot of money, and I'm not saying you need to sue him. Hopefully you can talk to him and not have to sue him, and y'all work something out. Most contractors, that's the risk you run, when something's not built to code and stuff like that, hey, what do I need to do to make this right?
Exactly.
And you didn't pay some guy off the street $500 to build it. You spent real money on this thing. So that's what my thoughts are. So we're going to vote on a hold if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. Mary, do you want to make that motion?
Before I do want to make one comment, is that, I can't really tell from here, but it looks like that power line will be very difficult to get the clearances that MLGW will want.
Something else will have to be done on that side.
Yeah, so something else would either the roof would have to be moved, or has to be lowered, or something has to be done on that. So I think that's going to be an uphill battle too, a burden that we're putting on him. That the conversation you have to have with your contractor.
Yeah, he needs to probably he or you, as you're going through this process with your neighbor, maybe needs to talk to MLGW to find out what you need to do. And it could mean you need to cut off some of that roof that goes all over that edge near her house. Think about the drainage, right? Just those kind of things.
Well, I do have gutters. I talked with her about the gutters. They was waiting on the gutters to get here.
Okay.
Because of the, pandemic, short material.
Sure.
Get it. But we do have high-end gutters to go over to her side, so the water won't drain there.
Okay. But MLGW is going to be maybe a tougher bear than your neighbor.
And they'll use the National Electric Safety Code, NESC, for the clearance requirements.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, so you
move, hold.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you and best of luck. We hope to see you next month with some good solutions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I want that sign with Kate Bond.
All right, we call our last case.
Oh, please.
Yes, our last case is item number 7, POA 22-058, 2727 Kate Bond Road, and Ms. Penzis is upstairs working on the YouTube, so Mr. Penzis is going to present for this.
Well, Hal,
So it's
that's
not his
nice.
case, so he may not have the answer, but we can definitely answer any questions.
We'll take whichever Penzis we can get.
Okay, good.
Okay, Mr. Penzis, if you want to bring us up to speed on this one and maybe talk about some of the conditions and things like that, would be great.
Yes, Jeffrey Penzis, Division of Planning Development. So this is a variance request from item 4.9.6E28 to allow an electronic message sign at Cape Bond Elementary School. This is just the vicinity map showing who was given notice. This is the zoning map. The site is zoned conservation agriculture, and the surrounding land uses are mainly single-family residential. This is the site plan, and we can see the location of the existing and proposed sign looks like going in the same location. This is just a photo of the existing sign. This is the sign details, showing the electronic portion being the lower half, it looks like, and the static portion being the top half. It's a rendering of the sign at the site. So in conclusion, as proposed and conditioned, the dimensions of the detached monument sign would be as follows. The overall sign dimensions shall not exceed 11 feet in height, 6 feet in width, and 30 square feet of total sign area per face. And the electronic message board portion of the total sign area per sign face shall not exceed 12 and 8/10 square feet in area. And the granting of this variance will not cause substantial detriment to the public good, nor will it substantially impair the intent and purpose of an adopted plan or code, nor will it be injurious to the neighborhood or general welfare, and it will be harmonious with the purpose and intent of the development code. And with that, staff recommends approval with 5 conditions.
So I'm looking at those conditions, and it looks like some of those are involving some of the things we've done on these recent cases where it doesn't look like it's on the tall poles anymore. It's on a short brick base. When it says low or small dress base, does that have I guess we already have a height requirement. So it's got to be short, right? But we don't have to say that.
And the hours of operation on number 4 is one of the things that we added
Right.
since last month. So that's
Except
something that
school
we've added
events.
to several previous cases.
Very good, very good. Okay, all right, any questions?
I just question the 11 feet high. I just think that's extremely tall.
That was the first thing I was about to say. It doesn't need to be 11 feet high.
Can we keep, there's a rendering on here with this, the old sign in the background.
What were the
Right there.
heights of those other signs we did? I didn't think they were 11 feet, though.
I know.
Or what,
I'm saying,
maybe
but see the old sign behind
8
it?
feet or something like that?
On the previous cases, I think we varied those depending on whether, I think there was one I know that was in a very residential neighborhood, and we definitely decreased the height of that one. I think the next one that was at the same.
Whitehaven, we went a little higher.
Right.
Even though, but not super high, because it was up on a hill, which added height to it.
I don't remember those heights.
Residential, that's
I
closer.
think we may have
to the school
adjusted the
than-
height of this one since last one, and a condition of that as well. We reduced the height slightly from what was proposed by the applicant. And the applicant is here, we might ask him, we can pull up the staff report as well.
Yeah,
I believe that other elementary school, I think it was conditioned to 7 feet in
Yeah.
height,
Yeah,
if
I
I
thought it was
recall.
The one that would, like the super residential elementary
I
school?
think it was 7. It
And
might have
then-
been 6. But
And
it was
Cape
either
Bond
7
is,
or 6.
is it 4, but it's residential on the other side, but is it 4 lanes?
No, it's 3. Isn't it 3?
I'm just
There's
trying
like
to look at those cars to
Two
see how
in the
many.
turning lane at this specific point. It's
Okay.
2 lane here.
Two would have turned in the.
Gotcha, okay.
Then it turns
Okay.
into.
This should be much lower.
On one side, yeah, for sure. Okay, any other questions of staff before we move to the applicant?
No.
All right, sir, do you have any, if you'll give your name and address for the record for me,
Harold Jackson, 941 East Alsea Road, Memphis, 38106.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any comments to make off the bat?
Well, not really. I'm going with the staff recommendation. We were going to go with the metal cover. We were going to keep the sign illuminated when requested, dimming as requested, and all of the staff recommendations pretty much.
Okay.
I just think we need to lower it though.
Do you have any, so staff talked about 11 feet, 6 inches. Some people thought that was high. Does anybody have a suggestion on where they think it would be?
Can we go back to the 6 or 7 foot height?
If I may, I would just think that the new sign should be no taller than the existing sign.
Oh, okay. I will second that, Mr. Jackson.
Well, yeah.
Of the existing, it shows the existing sign behind it, right there.
Is that
Right.
Oh, yeah, the exist, I see now. I see what you're saying, yeah.
It's kind of hard, yeah.
Is that going to count for?
That looks like probably 7 to 8 feet, would you think?
Somewhere in there.
I think in that case, we could lower the sign to the bottom of where the actual sign, existing sign started. It would still put the name of the school a little higher. I don't know exactly what that number would be, but maybe if that current sign is only like 7, it would probably put the new sign in maybe 9.5.
And just as a point, we will require landscaping around the base of the sign. And so that is one reason that we don't want to go too low with, if we condition the top of it to be so high, then it will
Right, so the total height of the sign itself, not including any sort of base, just the written part of this, looks like it is 54 inches. 2 feet and 2 inches.
4 feet, 7 inches.
That may, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a 3, sorry. So 55 inches. And then you got 3 feet of shrubbery shown down here. So that gets us to
91 inches.
8 feet, 7 inches, is that right?
I ain't no good without a calculator.
Yeah.
So we just say 9 feet.
7.5 feet. So 7 feet, so, 8, I would say, 8 foot.
8 feet.
Maximum height, 8 foot.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. Jackson, will that work?
Give me 1 second. That's
all right.
So the base of the sign would be around
3 foot.
3 feet. I'll see if we can make that work.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions? All right, if we could get a motion to approve BOA 21-58 as conditioned by staff with a friendly amendment that the total sign height wouldn't exceed 8 feet.
So,
second.
Is there any further discussion?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Ragsdale, if you'll give us a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. Gerlach?
Yes.
Mr. Melasry?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Claybrook?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Vice Chair Savage Towns?
Yes, I find that the standards of 9.22.6 of the UDC are being met. It will not be unduly detrimental to the properties in the vicinity.
And Chair Rainey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks for waiting. Mr. Ragsdale, do we have any announcements?
We do not, except I think we have beat the record this time.
We may have.
Congratulations.
Oh, wow.
No, thank you all so much for all the hard work on these.
One thing we might want to consider. Let's adjourn.